Good evening, everyone. I would like to call the April 7th, 2025 council meeting to order. This is the 29th meeting of the 26th council. All councilors are present this evening. We're going to begin with a moment of silence and then the Pledge of Allegiance in English and Spanish. Civic Plaza parking passes are provided for members of the public. You can obtain a parking pass from council staff at the table near the chamber's entrance. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person and on live streams through 4 different platforms: GovTV on Camcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The council will take a break at approximately 7 p.m. this evening if needed, and with regard to decorum in the chambers, we want tonight's proceeding to be as civil and respectful as possible. Please do not make any personal attacks, and please no applauding or snapping or any other outburst during the meeting. The meeting will go a lot smoother if we are all respectful of one another. We are going to proceed on to agenda item number 3, but before we do that, I know that it is something new that we've been doing lately where administration Q&A is happening at the end of the meeting. It was a request that we put it back towards the beginning, so it is going on to agenda item number 4, just like it originally used to be. It will be something I plan on returning towards the end of the meeting unless there's another request coming out in the future moving forward. Councilors, moving on to agenda item number 3, proclamations and presentations. Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. We have some folks here tonight, I believe, that are regarding this proclamation on Organ Donor Month in the state of New Mexico. Are those folks here tonight? Oh, yeah. Come on down. We'd love to have you come down to the podium here. Ms. Espinoza, thanks for being here tonight, and everybody. Well, these folks represent some organizations that are very close to me and close to my heart, and championing some very good things in the state of New Mexico. And so I'm going to, well, you know what, let me give you all a chance to, before I read the proclamation, let me give you a moment to talk a little bit about Organ Donation Month and in the organization.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis, Council President, and Council. Thank you for having us so much. April is National Donate Life Month. And so I have with me Antoinette Swina. Her son was a donor hero. He was 6 years old when he passed, and he saved 4 lives. You show Joel Anthony. I have Anne Marie. She's a liver recipient, and her husband Joe's back there.
And he survived.
He survived with her.
With me.
Victoria, who's a liver recipient, and Dale and Angela. Daryl received a heart as well. So just some of our community here from Albuquerque that has been touched by organ donation.
Thank you all so much. And you know, years ago, my brother and I went and participated in the United States donor games. I think that was the, what do they call it now?
Games.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's that?
The transplant games.
Transplant games, of course, yeah. Transplant games, yeah. My brother competed and went there to support him, and a lot of the folks from around New Mexico, and we just had a phenomenal time and really enjoyed getting to know the donor community, Donate Life community around New Mexico. A lot of just incredibly amazing people and doing some phenomenal, great things, you know, for our city and for our state. So thank you all so much. I'm going to read this proclamation. Whereas one hero organ donor can save the lives of up to 8 people and improve the lives of up to 75 others with eye and tissue donation. Whereas more than 100,000 patients currently wait for life-saving organ transplants across the nation, including more than 500 New Mexicans, and whereas 90 New Mexican organ donors saved 207 lives in 2024. And whereas 3 hospitals in our state had their very first organ donors and 4 hospitals supported a record number of donor heroes last year. Whereas all New Mexicans can register to be organ donors regardless of their age or medical history. And whereas we truly honor those who gave the extraordinary gift of life through living and deceased organ donation. And whereas we encourage every New Mexican to register as a donor on their driver's license or ID card at the Motor Vehicle Division or online at donatelifenewmexico.org and donatelifenm.org and talk to their family about their decision. Be it proclaimed that the council, the governing body of the city of Albuquerque, hereby proclaims the month of April 2025 as Donate Life Month. Great. Would you all like to say anything else? Any others?
I just want to thank you for this, because before this, I wasn't aware that liver, any type of donor, you know, it just wasn't my culture back then. And when I got sick, and it ended up being a hereditary gene that I have, my mother and my brother both died of liver issues as well. I started realizing that it is a big problem, and you know, especially nowadays with the food we're eating, the way our lifestyle is, it's just going to get worse, and we need to just continue to, you know, raise awareness if we can.
I think it's important to note that if we think about the pit, right, and our Lobos, there are as many people waiting for a life-saving transplant to pack the pit 6 times. So that's how many people are currently waiting in the US for a life-saving transplant. That's why it's so important to register. We said last year 90 donor heroes saved 207 lives in New Mexico. We had record numbers through 3 hospitals, and 4 hospitals had their very first organ donors in our state, which is huge. It's the 2nd highest on record, which is giant, and our registration rate has actually gone up 3 percentage points in the state of New Mexico. So we went from 53% of us being registered organ donors to now 56%, and we were voted the 2nd kindest state in the nation, and one of the reasons is our willingness to be organ donors. So we thank all of our donor heroes and all of our recipients for just helping spread the word.
I think it's just absolutely incredible. So thank you all so much. Would you all mind? I want to give you this proclamation, but if you coming up, and we'd love to just shake your hand and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. We have a second proclamation tonight. Councillor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, my proclamation is recognizing Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and to accept it as the Executive Director of the Rape Crisis Center of Central New Mexico, Kim Stark, along with Jody Harmillo, Shannon Lowry, Sarah Tafoya, Israel Morales, and I'm not going to be good with his last name, Ricio Palma Medina. And everybody's up front. How are you tonight? So whereas sexual violence is a widespread preventable public health problem in New Mexico, and whereas sexual violence is so preventable in our society that it affects, prevalent in our society that affects 99% of us. And if you personally are not a survivor, you most likely know someone who is. And whereas April 2025 marks the official 24th anniversary of the National Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and whereas nationally, 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men have experienced sexual violence involving physical contact during their lifetimes, and whereas nationally, 1 in 8 female rape victims report their sexual assault occurred before the age of 10 years, and 1 in 4 male rape victims also report it occurring before the age of 10 years. And whereas recent estimates put the cost of rape at $122,461 per victim, including medical costs, lost productivity, criminal justice activities, and other costs. And whereas in 2024, there were 592 sex crimes reported to the Albuquerque Police Department Sex Crimes Unit. And the statistics do not represent the true evidence and prevalence of multiple reasons, including not all victims report a crime to law enforcement. And whereas for 52 years, the Rape Crisis Center of Central New Mexico has provided services to sexual assault survivors, and in 2024 assisted 1,313 sexual assault survivors, with the youngest survivor being 2 months old, the oldest survivor being 89 years old. Be it proclaimed that the council, the governing body of the city of Albuquerque, hereby proclaims the month of April 2025 Sexual Assault Awareness Month in solidarity with all the survivors of sexual abuse and assault. And Ms. Stark, if you have a few words.
I'll say it in English and Spanish. My name is Israel Morales. I'm the Director of Community Education with the Rape Crisis Center. Council members, I just want to say thank you for recognizing the importance of sexual assault awareness in our city. In 2024, like you said, we helped over 1,300 victims, and there's so much more work that needs to be done. Mi nombre es Israel Morales. Consuelos, gracias por reconocer la importancia de concientizar sobre la agresión sexual en nuestra ciudad. En 2024 ayudamos a más de 1,300 víctimas en nuestra ciudad. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Sarah Tafoya. I'm a sexual assault nurse examiner and the assistant SANE director with Albuquerque SANE Collaborative. We do appreciate being here and April being recognized as Sexual Assault Awareness Month, but it is a very real problem that we deal with every day of the year. So we do appreciate the proclamation here, but we always want to bring recognition to the survivors and making sure that they know that they're not alone and that there's lots of resources for them here in the state of New Mexico.
Now I'm going to say it in Spanish. So my name is Rocio Palma Medina. I'm the SANE director at Albuquerque SANE. Y queremos decir gracias por tenernos aquí para dar awareness para nuestra comunidad sobre este problema, que no es nada más de un mes, ¿verdad? Es de todos los días. Y gracias, tenemos que estar alertas y ayudar a la gente y saber sobre todo sobre estos víctimas, estas pacientes que pasan por todo esto, que hay ayuda, hay, no tanto de nosotros como enfermeras forenses, pero también de la agencia de Rape Crisis, ¿verdad? Somos un equipo de agencias que trabajamos juntos para ayudar a nuestra comunidad sobre todo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Madam President, thank you. Folks, if you want to come up, we'd love to shake your hand, and I have a proclamation for you.
We're going to move on to a presentation tonight. This is going to be from Ms. Allison Nichols, the Director of Policy, and Ms. Rebecca Martinez, Policy and Education Manager, who are both with the New Mexico Municipal League. They're going to provide information on an IPRA study that was conducted. They will be on Zoom. Mr. Cornelius?
Thank you, Madam Chair. They are both on Zoom. And
Thank you. Welcome, ladies. If you want to go ahead and get started on your presentation, we're very glad that you're here.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Wonderful. Let me start this presentation and then we will get going. Okay, can you see the presentation?
We can. If there's any way for you to be a little louder, I think it would be helpful. It's a little quiet on our end.
All right, is that better?
That is better. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Madam President and members of the City Council. My name is Rebecca Martinez, and along with me is my colleague, Allison Nichols. We are from the New Mexico Municipal League, and we are pleased to share a report evaluating the state's Inspection of Public Records Act. So over about a 6-month period in 2024, we at the League conducted an evaluation of the Act and its implications on local governments. This was a comprehensive study which included the examination of financial and operational impacts of IPRA on local governments, as well as its role in balancing the essential values of transparency and privacy. And we provided a QR code here for you today if you'd like to scan that and get access to the actual report that we prepared. In addition to that, Madam President, we can make sure that you all get an emailed copy for your records as well. So the methodology. Basically, the League conducted and compiled a data set of over 200,000 individual IPRA requests from cities and counties, as well as other stakeholders. In addition to this, we also conducted a survey in which we used of over 54 local governments to analyze trends in request volumes, staffing, and resource allocations. The League reviewed open records laws across all 50 states as well to identify best practices and statutory differences and engage directly with city and county clerks, municipal attorneys, police officers and chiefs, as well as representative of state agencies and other key IPRA stakeholders. So here are some of our key findings. The first one is increasing records volume. Since 2020, we saw an average monthly IPRA requests among surveyed local governments have more than
Wait, hang on one second because somehow you just went quiet. I don't know if you can hear me.
270%.
Wait, can you go back just to that last probably sentence, maybe two? You went quiet, it broke up.
Oh, okay, okay. So the first key finding was increase in request volume. Since 2020, we saw that the surveyed local governments records requests more than doubled, with notable increases in some of these municipalities exceeding 200%. Additionally, we saw a 270% increase for requests for police records, in addition to body-worn camera footage. The findings also saw a predominance of commercial requests. Commercial entities such as data brokers like LexisNexis are the largest requesters. They typically request crash and incident reports for resale purposes or inclusion in their background check databases and other products that they provide. LexisNexis alone accounts for 15% of all requests among the surveyed local governments and over 1/3 of requests in cities of Santa Fe, Rio Rancho, and Farmington. We also saw rising resource implications. Local governments committed significantly more resources to handle IPRA requests during the period of time that we evaluated, with a 46% increase in staff and a 71% increase in compensation studies since 2020. Other critical local government functions like public safety, quality of life services have likely not seen corresponding increases such as this. The data also showed that there are processing challenges more so than ever before. Requests involving body-worn camera footage are time intensive, often requiring 2 to 3 hours to review every hour of footage. And we also saw that records custodians had challenges in determining statutory exemptions that they should use and apply to records requests. So what do we plan on doing going forward? The findings obviously have underscored the increased challenges of administering IPRA and highlight opportunities for updates to improve efficiency, privacy, while balancing transparency. There were several IPRA bills introduced in the 2025 legislative session. Sadly, none of these went very far. The League is committed to continuing to work in the interim with legislators as well as key stakeholders to look for opportunities to collaborate and examine potential statutory updates. We at the League also serve the 106 municipalities, and we're committed to using our findings to inform training and guidance for our members to ensure compliance and uphold transparency of local government. And with that, Madam Chair, we stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Martinez. Counselors, do you have any questions or comments? Counselor Grau? No? Counselor Lewis?
Madam President, I guess one question would be, in your research and your analysis, I mean, what are some ways just to make it easier? I mean, did you find some ways, maybe other jurisdictions, to make it easier for the public to request, IPRA and documents, and then to be able to get them quickly? Were there some best practices that helped people just to be able to get documents that they own much quicker? I want to see if something came out of that.
Ladies?
Alyssa, did you want to take that one?
Sure. Madam Chair, Counselor, thanks for the question. I think, several differences came up in states' open record laws. For one thing, there's quite a disparity in what is available through open records laws. So, what's available in New Mexico may be a bit more expansive than what's available elsewhere. I think, what we've done at the League, and Rebecca especially has been instrumental in her role, educating our members on how they can, kind of implement some best practices around records management and, making sure that they're kind of have those intake forms standardized online. I think a lot of those, tips are going to be really helpful for our members. Rebecca, anything else to add on that?
I think the other thing that we saw, Counselor, in other other states is that there is a fee schedule associated with these records requests. So, not that I think the fees would generate, the full cost of doing business, but it does help in ensuring that there's adequate staffing and resources such as digitalization of records and making more records available online and more quickly accessible. One of the other things that we saw in other states is many of them have a longer period of time in which to produce records. For example, with New Mexico, we have a 15-day deadline. And so, while that may not be practical in this day and age, especially with the number of IPRA requests that we're seeing and the types of requests that we're seeing, sometimes, individuals don't understand that it actually does take longer than 15 days. So being able to have that up front, that longer period of time to produce records and stay in contact with those custodians helps efficiency and, flexibility for records custodians to promptly get records out, and also be realistic in terms of, how long it takes to get these records to individuals.
Right, Madam President, I just think, and those are great, I appreciate that. I think there is a cultural kind of environmental, aspect to this with the mindset of saying this is the people's, this is the people's property, whether it be digital information, copies of information, whatever people might request. It's the people's property, and it's their right to be able to own, they own this property. And have the ability to be able to acknowledge that, I guess, as whoever's producing that, to be able to welcome it, to be able to show them this is how to go about it. These are the kind of requests that we're going to be able to get to you very quickly. This is going to take a little bit longer because of the logistics of it, but to come at it from that environment, and I'm certain that there are some other agencies and around the country that see it like that, rather than often, we fund the clerk's office, and we fund more and more people to help us with this because it's just this burden. We look at it like this is a burden. Oh man, we're getting these more and more of these requests, and they're a burden, and it's troubling. And so we have to find out ways to get it out quicker, and then we get sued if we don't get it out quick enough for the right information. But I do think that there's a cultural mindset about it that I think change it, and that is start with acknowledging that. And I think anybody who's administering this to start by acknowledging that that this is the people's property, and we should make it easy and make it clear and easy for people to be able to acquire their own property. But that was it. Thanks, Madam President.
Any other questions, councilors? Thank you, ladies, very much for the presentation and for being here. We're going to move on to agenda item 4, administration question and answer period. Councilors, any questions tonight? Councilor Lewis? Thank you,
Madam President. So I, direct some questions to the administration, to Ms. Single. So this weekend, the mayor was at a rally, and he's the mayor of the city. I mean, regardless of whether he's running for re-election or not, he's the mayor of the city. And several thousand people were at Civic Hall Plaza, and he shouted some words. He shouted, I think, litigate, legislate, and agitate. This is the mayor of Albuquerque at an environment where, we just, the Republican Party office in Albuquerque was firebombed last week. There's other, like Tesla cars, and just certainly situations in New Mexico that have been vandalized. And I mean, he used a line that I think has been repeated around the country to really stir up, provocation, and so and again, I took that as this is the mayor of Albuquerque, and so I'm wondering, what kind of direction that he gave to you all regarding that statement. Is it a policy statement? Is it a strategy of the mayor of the city of Albuquerque that he wants the people of Albuquerque to, focus on agitating, legislating, litigating? And I guess more specifically, was he referring to any kind of legislation? I mean, this is the legislative body of the city of Albuquerque. Does the mayor, have you all discussed any kind of legislation that we would need to be aware of regarding that rally and the mayor's statements? Again, shouting to the people of Albuquerque to legislate.
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, I wasn't present on Saturday, and so what I can say is that we have not had a discussion related to those words that were spoken on Saturday. What we've had a discussion about is that the city of Albuquerque is the administration's gravely concerned about the potential for funding being cut for the city. And it's, I think all of us should be concerned if we are in a position that 50 police officers' positions would potentially be cut, or other tech funds for police enforcement, which those are the cops and burn grants that we get. And I think those are the discussions we are having, is where we are in a position that federal funding potentially is going to be cut, and asking our congressional delegation to participate in the impact and what it means related to those potential cuts to local funding from the federal government. And that has been our discussions, and I think every one of us would want to make sure that we're questioning if our funding is going to be cut and if we are in a position to ask questions, ask about legislation, and ask about the defense of those funds.
All right, Madam President, so no specific legislation that the mayor was referring to that he communicated with you on?
Madam, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Madam President, Councilor Lewis, I don't believe that the comments were related to city council legislation and
He's the
before
mayor of
this
the
board.
city of Albuquerque, but go ahead, I'm sorry.
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, I believe the comments were related to actions related to the federal government, and it was not related to city council's legislation.
Okay, Madam President, how about any litigation that the mayor is recommending right now? I mean, litigation against the federal government from the city of Albuquerque?
Madam President, I'm going to ask, Councilor, I'm going to ask our city attorney to speak to that.
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, we have not initiated or joined any litigation at this point. We are watching very closely the situation with all of the grants and whether any funding is revoked that has been previously been promised. We're watching that closely, but at this point we have not needed to or join or initiate any litigation.
Okay, so Madam President, then real quickly, let's talk about agitating. I mean, we have apparently an agitating mayor who shouted again to thousands of people at Civic Plaza to agitate. Do you know what the definition of that, or do you know what he meant by that? I mean, you work for him. I mean, this is your boss, Tim Keller, the mayor of the city, who's the chief executive officer of the city of Albuquerque. You're the CAO. Did that indicate any kind of message to the people of Albuquerque on how they should behave regarding things they disagree with?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, we've not had discussions about that word or what the word meant on Saturday. It's not, as the Chief Administrative Officer, I'm running the city related to the operations of the city, and we did not discuss what the specific conversation or the comments would have been on Saturday. I'm not backing away from any of that. I'm just indicating that we did not confer about that specifically.
Well, Madam President, I would certainly ask him about it. I would encourage you to ask him about it, because to me, it seems like it has some policy connotations, some things that you may have to administrate and manage. But again, I think it's incredibly irresponsible for the mayor of the city of Albuquerque, again, to shout for people to agitate when it comes to things they might disagree with. Pretty unbelievable to me, actually, that he would shout and say something like that. So, Madam President, a few other things. Do you know who paid for the rally?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, we did not have a role in paying for that. I don't know. I believe that the organizers worked with the convention center and paid for their time and the fees related to the reservation of Civic Plaza.
You do. I mean, they would be, as far as you know, they'd be required to pay for the use of the plaza.
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, yes.
Police resources, everything else.
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, my understanding is that any time that we are aware of a rally, and that can be a rally based upon any political view, whatever it may be, our APD ERT team is the team and our intelligence folks do that work. This is similar. We obviously don't discuss ERT's procedures, protocols, or anything like that publicly.
And Madam President, so the APD doesn't charge them for that, correct?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
APD doesn't charge them for the APD resources, the resources that were used during that rally. I'm talking about any rally.
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, that's correct. APD, when there's it's a awareness of a rally, that is not something that is charged for, correct?
Even though they might have to put barriers up or do certain things to control a crowd like that. So, Madam President, the mayor's also, it conveyed what you were just talking about. I mean, you talked a lot about the threat of certain grants and other funding that might be pulled, from the federal government. And, and because of that, you say that, we possibly could have some, less funding. I think the mayor's mentioned about, 800 children could be, jeopardized with some of that grant money, things like that. Yet I don't see anything in your budget either. I mean, you put down a $1.5 billion budget to the city of Albuquerque, and at least I'm not aware of anything that might cover if the city continues to take its position that it's taking right now, and puts at threat some of those dollars. I mean, is there any plan to be able to make up for those dollars if that does happen?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, that is absolutely something that, as the legislative body, we'd be coming to you all to discuss, where we, what we would do related to budget cuts that come from federal funding. We are absolutely paying attention to every single communication, policy communication, executive order that is related to a grant or expectations related to funding that we receive. As we all know, last year we spent more than $100 million in federal funding on programs throughout our city budget, and programs that affect everyone from our senior communities to our children, to police, to fire, to emergency response, all the way through. I think almost every department we can speak to has some level of federal funding that touches them in some way. So as we are continuing to monitor, as our city attorney indicated, we are monitoring every communication and the impact it has related to the city's position. And remember that our city's immigrant-friendly ordinance is something passed here at City Council more than 24 years ago. So this is not this administration's position. It has been the city of Albuquerque's position for more than 24 years that we are an immigrant-friendly city. And so, of course, we are paying attention to any federal expectation that we would vary from or waver from that commitment as an immigrant-friendly city.
And Madam President, yeah, and the mayor's clarified that. He's basically said we're not going to cooperate with ICE. He's been saying this the last few weeks. We're not going to cooperate. In fact, we're going to fight. Some of the words, we're going to fight against this, right? Deportations and things like that. And I think one of the and by the way, you didn't include any of this in your. You know there's a threat, and yet there's not $1 in your budget to try to anticipate this. And so I think, so you all take a position, there's a threat against it, there's less dollars. And I think what you're saying is that, we'll leave that up to the city council to have to find that, even though it's policies that you guys have. But, for example, the, some of the language about DEI, and I think I saw an order, I think, that, that said some of our monies, threatened, because of some of the DEI language. I mean, that's a decision that you all would make, whether we, take that language out or not. And the result of your decision would threaten whether we receive those dollars or not. So, my understanding is that it's entirely up to you guys. I mean, that's entirely up to you guys. You talk about I mean, again, and the mayor has clarified that immigrant-friendly. It's a very vague document, by the way. It's extremely vague. It's not even really a policy. It's a memorial. But the mayor certainly has clarified it by saying, no deportations. He's going to fight against all of them, and doesn't want to see that in the city of Albuquerque. He's not going to cooperate. And so that is the policy. But let me ask you this. I guess I'd ask you what kind of deportations, as the mayor's talked about, fighting against deportations, what kind of deportations is he against? And are we against? So, for example, Jesse Escobedo Barrios was detained by ICE this last week, arrested by ICE in our city, currently awaiting an immigration hearing to determine whether he will be deported. He was found by a court that he was involved in a crime. Is that something that, for him to be deported, I just want to clarify, because the mayor's been saying we don't want any of this in our city. Is that an example of the administration's opposition, to the work of ICE in our city?
Madam President, Councillor Lewis, we have been very clear that the city is not going to interfere with ICE's operations, and we have given actual clear communication from our city attorney's office related to what it is related to deportation or ICE's interaction with city employees on city properties or anything along those lines. So I can't speak for the mayor. I think it's important to have these conversations directly with the mayor related to that your specific question. I don't ever imagine that I'm his proxy related to his own views. But what I can say is that we have said that Albuquerque Police Department is going to continue to engage in the appropriate crime fighting for anyone that breaks the law, violent crime or whatever it may be. And that does not then mean that they are going to become an agent of ICE, and that is not in their role. So I don't know the facts about the individual except for what you've said right here on the record, which is 2 or 3 sentences. But an individual accused of a crime, we would APD, if they were involved in that, would have absolutely pursued an individual that was engaged in a crime and arrested them for that crime. So deportation as a separate body of work of ICE is their responsibility and not the responsibility of the city of Albuquerque.
Madam President, and unfortunately, you work for somebody who's out and around our community, saying, again, very provocative, inflammatory things related to this topic. And so I have to imagine that it rolls down into the people that work for him and how they're going to handle certain situations. And so unfortunately, I mean, he should have conversations with you about it, because that's what he's saying to everybody at town hall meetings everywhere, that he's going to fight against deportations. So let me tell you a little bit more about that person I was talking about. He was found by a court in Albuquerque that he was involved in the murder of Jada Gonzalez. And he recorded the shooting, and he encouraged the other suspects to shoot. And this is a guy that's got a deportation hearing, coming up, and hopefully he'll be deported. But it doesn't sound like the mayor would agree with that. Would you all agree with that? He should be deported?
Madam President, Councillor Lewis, I think we would say that we believe the individual should be held accountable for their crimes. And I feel like this is a little bit of a game of baiting me into saying something that can be used specifically as a quote from the mayor, and I can't speak, again, on behalf of the mayor directly. I'd encourage you to have this discussion with him, but we've been clear about our position that people that engage in crime will be pursued and should be prosecuted for the crimes that they commit.
Right. And Madam President, just one last comment. I mean, unfortunately, you have to. I mean, you're faced with questions of whether you want to speak for the mayor or not, because he's your boss. He's the sitting mayor of this city, and he's saying things like agitate. I mean, so we agitate against ICE agents. We agitate. I mean, and so several things. I would ask you to have him clarify why he's asking the people of the city of Albuquerque to agitate. And certainly get a clarification from him, because apparently he's defining the immigrant-friendly, very vague, memorial that we have in the city of Albuquerque, and making it a very sanctuary city statement. And he believes we're a sanctuary city. You're the chief administrative officer of a sanctuary city by the mayor's definition in every way, and because of that. Federal dollars are happen to be threatened right now. It's because of your choices that you guys have made, and if those going around saying that these dollars are threatened and our children could be without some money, things like that, and yet it's decisions that you all have made. The mayor has clarified, and again going around telling people to agitate, things like that. So. I would ask that you would certainly get clarification from him on that, and ask him if it is something that should be, administered in any way, or a certain, if someone takes that word agitate seriously, and it turns to violence in the city, you would need to know if the administration would have any liability for that, take any responsibility for that, if your boss would take any responsibility for that. But I think that's a real threat when you use that kind of provocative language. So I would hope those would be conversations that you all would have. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, may I respond related to agitate?
Dr. Stingle?
Thank you, Madam President. Counselor, I think it's important to note that agitate is not a word that is a direct call for violence, and it just isn't. Agitation is related to the idea of not just accepting what is, it's about pushing back to ask the questions and get clarity. And I do want to make a clear statement that many of the areas that we have concern related to federal funding is not related to being an immigrant-friendly city. It is actually related to the DOGE focus on eliminating funding for programs that are very important to us as a city. So when we think about, I'm going to go back to what I said before, if you think about 50 police officers, funding for 50 police officers being cut, that's public safety issues that matter greatly to this city. Investments in technology for police, it's very important to all of us. Early childhood programming for children that live in this city and to have childcare is very important to us. There are many areas that we are very clearly paying attention to the policy decisions that are being made, and it is outside of just immigrant-friendly city issues. It's much broader, and so of course we are focused and asking the questions and making sure that we are paying attention to what it means and pushing back when statements are not clear. And you know, agitating means that you don't just accept the way that it's said, and that you ask the questions and have hard discussions. As I would suggest, potentially your words tonight are even potentially agitating in the sense of making sure that we discuss hard things and we don't just accept the way they're stated.
Madam President.
Counselor Lewis, and then we're going to go to Counselor Grau.
Another definition is to move to violence. You know, agitate. So the point is, the mayor didn't explain what he meant by agitate. And so thanks for the definition, but the mayor didn't give that definition. You know, I'm reading one that says to move to violence. You know, so incredibly irresponsible for your boss, you know, to say something like that. Unbelievable. You mentioned we were threatened funding for 50 police officers. Did you know, I mean, you know that we have funded 1,100 police officers, right? We've already funded 1,100 police officers. You have about 950 right now. So we don't have a financial problem in the city of Albuquerque at all. You know, we have a competence problem in the city of Albuquerque. We're going to fund you probably another 1,100 officers this year. In fact, we're going to give the mayor everything he wants this year. We're going to give you a blank check probably again this year after years and years of doing it. We're going to give you a blank check. You know, this council holds the purse strings. Every year we give this administration the entire purse. We hand you the entire purse. We give you everything. This is not a financial problem, and there's no threat of being without 50 officers or not funding 50 officers this next year, because you have all the money. In fact, last year you reverted back millions of dollars of money that you didn't spend. And so I think it's, again, you know, the people of Albuquerque should push back on misinformation and just believing everything they hear from this administration. Thank you, Madam President.
Counselor Grau.
Thank you, Madam President. I have one question for Mr. Montoya. Hi there, thank you for being here. Mr. Montoya, at the last meeting, I asked about the transportation infrastructure tax report, and you mentioned that you would have it this year. And so my question is, do you mean the end of the fiscal year, or can I get it for the first COW meeting in May?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, I believe, and I can turn to Jennifer, but I believe our deadline for submitting that is April the 29th. Jennifer, does that sound right?
Madam Chair, Councilor Grout, yes, we intend to provide it as an executive communication, which means it will be walked down on April 29th for introduction at the, now I'm doing math on the spot, never a good idea, May 4th council meeting. So you will have it before that May 1st COW meeting.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's it. Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to go back to Dr. Singal on the issue of the mayor's comments on Saturday. I was at the event. I see many people here who were at the event. I was proud to be at the event. I did hear him say agitate. I just Googled agitate. It says campaign to arouse public concern about an issue in the hopes of prompting action. And I just want to say, I am very thankful that we had a mayor that was willing to stand up and try to push for some action against what's happening in our country right now. I think that all of the millions of people who attended the Hands Off rally across our country all feel similarly, and I understand that we all have different different thoughts on what is happening right now, but I really took his words to heart, and I want to thank him for that. I did want to ask about the cuts that we could experience, because I'm getting this question most often from folks in my district right now. And I think the biggest question is what's going to be cut, and I think the answer is we don't really know. And so I understand the position that you're in to put down a budget that may or may not cover all the cuts that are coming, because cuts are coming every single day, many, many, many each single day. And I think we can learn from some other states who did a lot of work in their legislative session to prepare for cuts to, say, Social Security. But then that didn't happen yet, but cuts to education did. And so I think our state is also in this position, the same position that the city is in, where we don't really know what all is coming. And so it's really difficult to plan. I wonder if that is the position of the administration as well.
Madam President, Councilor Fiebelkorn, thank you. I think that is, you very well explained what I meant when I indicated that, we've sent down a budget that accounts for all that we intend to do this year. And it's important to note that those budgets always include expected federal dollars that we currently have and have the ability to spend. If those are cut, of course, we have to come back to this body to discuss that change in appropriation and to account for that. So you're absolutely correct. We do not have direct communication on specific cuts yet. What we have is communications that have been indicative related to some of the funds that we as a city already receive or expect to receive or have applied for. And so we are absolutely monitoring every grant that we currently have funded, every grant that we have applied for, and every appropriation that we have received federally to understand the implications, because even some of our federally appropriated dollars through our congressional delegation are tied to programs now that could, through those programs, have changes to requirements as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. One more question. So one of the things that I'm most concerned about on federal funding, we heard a little bit in the previous discussion about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the push for all of things that refer to diversity, equity, and inclusion to be erased. I certainly hope that the mayor will stand strong against removing diversity, equity, and inclusion from our dialogue here in Albuquerque, because we are a very diverse city, and we have been working on inclusion for decades and decades and decades, and I hope that we will continue that. But I also have concerns because, as we know, there's a word police happening, and words like women, climate change, sexual education, all these words that really matter to us are also being policed, and there may be a position where we are asked to remove those words. And I assume, and I hope I'm right, so I'm going to ask you, but I would like to know that this mayor is going to stand up against the removal of any of us from language that the city uses to refer to climate change, to refer to women's reproductive rights, to refer to diversity, equity, inclusion of any kind. I assume he will, but I would like to hear that.
Madam President, Councilor Fiebelkorn, you're absolutely correct. We don't believe that women or minority individuals or individuals that are representative of the many, many different races and ethnicities that are within our community should be excluded from the language that we have always embraced here in Albuquerque as being representative of the community we serve.
Thank you, Dr. Singal. Thank you, Madam President.
I think unrelated to what we've been talking about, you have additional questions? Counselor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam President. Would you all address the IG investigations that are just, I guess, for lack of better words, being held up or been sitting there for a good while in that committee and where those stand right now?
Council President Bassan, Councilor Lewis, the Accountability and Government Oversight Board met 2 weeks ago, the regularly scheduled quarterly meeting. They were in executive session, so I won't discuss what was talked about in the executive session, but they have released publicly a letter to the office or to the Inspector General's Association that basically says the 9 reports that the IG is claiming have been ready have not been ready. They've not been presented to the board. The board had serious concerns about them when they were finally presented a week and a half ago. Got them late, has asked for those reports to be delivered 2 weeks in advance. They got them, I don't know, 3 days in advance. So the board decided they needed time. They postponed the meeting 2 weeks to give them time to review those reports. They have concerns about the quality of the reports, the accuracy of the reports, the timeliness of the reports. And they do call out in this letter that at any time, any time since the November meeting, if the Inspector General had a concern, had a report that had anything of any significance as far as malfeasance of the administration, that they could bring that forward. She could bring that forward. And she at no time asked for a special meeting or brought forward concerns. I've seen those 9 reports. The public's not missing anything.
Madam President.
Counselor Lewis, hang on one second, if I may. So I sit on that committee too, and I don't want to, I disagree. Potentially, the public might be missing something, and I don't want that to be, I want to make sure to be on the record that I sit on that same committee, and I do not share the same opinion that was just mentioned by CFO Soroso. Counselor Lewis, and then I know Counselor Champagne also has something to add on this topic.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Morrow, so we just heard that it's the Inspector General's fault. I guess the Inspector General didn't get the presentations yet. Or give the presentations yet. Now that Inspector General apparently has given the presentations to the committee, so the committee has it. They've deferred a meeting, and I guess they'll go to that meeting and they'll go from there. What is that committee's next step, and at what point would we as city councilors get to review an unedited version of the Inspector General's 9 reports?
Council President, Councilor Lewis, the Accountability and Government Oversight Committee receives reports from the Inspector General and the city auditor and reviews them. Once they have approved a report for release, or actually just heard the report, I believe the Inspector General has 15 days to produce the reports. The committee does have the ability to ask for 1 continuance. My understanding is the next meeting is scheduled for Wednesday of this week. So it would be roughly 2.5 weeks from now when all the reports are.
At what point do those reports become available to us, Madam President?
They become available when they're produced to the public. My understanding is that there's not a special procedure for them to be released internally or to the city council.
And that is after the administration gets to write all their responses within those reports, correct?
Council President, Councilor Lewis, the administration, I believe, is free to respond to the reports, but their responses are not necessarily included in the reports themselves. The Inspector General receives guidance from the AGO, but she is responsible for her own reports.
Madam President, all the reports I've seen actually have the administration's response to every single point. The ones that are actually published, they all have a response to every point by the IG in the investigation from the administration.
Mr. Morrow, and then I want Ms. Keefe to answer as well, please.
Certainly, and Council President and Councilor Lewis, I don't have a response to that. I couldn't tell you.
Madam President, Mr. Morrow, would it be appropriate for of course, according to the rules of this committee, for the chair of that committee to have conversations regarding those reports with the administration or with anybody from the administration regarding, when to hear those hearings, just any conversations regarding those investigations, like say, Mr. One of the mayor's staff or the departments. I mean, to have conversations with the chair regarding the process for those reports.
Mr. Morrow.
And Council President, Councilor Lewis, the AGO ordinance is specific as to what information can be shared and with whom. As to the actual propriety of, I don't know what conversations were had in this instance, and I wasn't privy to the executive session, so I don't know how. I don't know the answer, frankly.
Councilor
as to what
Lewis?
happened. Sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Morrow. Ms. Keefe?
Council President, so first of all, Mr. Ceriso is an ex officio member of the Accountability, Government, and Oversight Committee and is free to participate in conversations. There's also no prohibition on communications with the administration or with council. There is only a prohibition on releasing the investigative report or the investigative file before it is published. So that would include, certainly having conversations that would reveal to the public the content of those investigative files before they are published. But there is not a prohibition on those kind of conversations. In terms of the procedure, the meeting will happen on Wednesday, the 9th. The AGO has 3 options. They can approve the reports, and again, there are 9, so there could be different results for all 9. They could approve, they could not approve. If they vote to not approve, then it still gets published, but it gets published with a cautionary statement from the committee as to why it did not approve. The third option is to defer. I want to clarify those reports have not been presented. There are draft reports, but the IG did not present them to the committee yet so she will present on the 9th, and the AGO has the option to defer until its next meeting. So those are the 3 options.
Thank you, Ms. Keefe. And just to be clear, the AGO committee is allowed, and for the record too, I also sit as an ex officio member. I don't vote on this committee either, but so for the record too, though, the deferral is allowed one time, correct?
One time, yes.
Yes, and then after that, it can be either approved or not approved or not deferred if it's already been deferred once. And I did just want to clarify that it's published for the public, not necessarily produced, but that's where everybody else gets to view it as well.
Correct. Oh, and I did, Councilor Lewis had asked about the management response. What happens is that a department director or a member of the administration will get a 1-page summary of the report. They will prepare a response to that 1-page summary. Then that will be affixed to the full report. They don't get to see the full report before they prepare that response, but it is, as Councilor Lewis said, part of the report that is published on the website.
Thank you, Ms. Keefe. And I guess for the record, Councilor Lewis, when I sit on this committee, it's been and of course I will allow Madam CAO and CFO Ceriso to respond if I'm wrong, but it's been a point of contention. It's something that we're looking at, or an ordinance update. I don't know if I personally support it or not, but at the same time, as currently written in this ordinance, it says that the administration or these department directors are not allowed, just for what Ms. Keefe said, this is not a published report, so it is not, the full report is not available even to the departments or to the admin. So a lot of times the management response will include what's becoming a scripted line with, I understand their reasoning, but at the same time, they can't provide the response they believe they could provide if they had the full investigation. So it's kind of turning into what I believe is a little bit of a cat and mouse. I think both sides probably have good reason to believe so, and this is something that I believe I welcome you to do the ordinance update if you would like to, but it is something that we did a couple years ago, and I am currently trying to sift through.
A quick comment, Madam
Councilor
President. And I don't know the answer to this. So that the Inspector General is set up, and we help set up the Inspector General to investigate us. Not just all the entire city, including the administration and the city council, the 9 members of the city council, and so. At any given time, the Inspector General, could, be investigating, inappropriate action or a variety of things by city councilors. But does the city councilor, say a city councilor or somebody else has that, has an investigation ongoing, would our comments show up in the same way that the administration has comments before a report like that is published?
Mr. Morrow?
Certainly, Council President, Councilor Lewis, I can think of one previous report regarding the city council where I did ask that the Inspector General correct some inaccuracies within the report, and they did do so in the final report at the direction of the AGO. I don't know if we have a practice. I am unfamiliar with a practice of us producing a formal response to city council related investigations.
Ms. Keefe?
I'm done.
Council President, Councilor Lewis, I assume that it's the same process. The council would have the opportunity to prepare a response to a draft report. I would assume that it would go to Mr. Padilla. I guess I could be corrected if that's not what happened, but I assume council would also get a summary and would be able to respond.
Councilor Lewis? And just, I did say I would go back to you in case I was wrong, in case I misspoke on behalf of, I don't want to speak on behalf of the admin regarding any of the cat and mouse I mentioned.
Madam President, thank you. I don't believe you misspoke, but I would like to clarify that I have had to communicate on several occasions with the IG to request additional information to be able to actually, because in my, and I won't speak to anything that isn't published already, but I will state that I had grave concerns about whether or not I had enough information as the CAO to ensure that we were following through on something that could have been very concerning. I had to request additional information from her to be able to actually determine if we had a grave situation or not. And it turned out to be factually incorrect when we went through. And I think the situation that's important to note when I speak about any case, one of these investigations, we oftentimes believe we have to attempt to replicate the investigation within the administrative process, whether that's the director of the department or there is an executive administrator, to attempt to provide an appropriate management response. And oftentimes we just don't have enough information to do so, which is why we've discussed with Council President and other councilors that it makes a lot of sense to figure out a way to make this an appropriate process that absolutely should be providing us the ability to have quality improvement and quality assurance across the city. To me, an internal auditor and an inspector general should be providing us with information that allows us to improve and ensures that we are, ensures that we are don't have fraud, waste, or abuse within our city government.
Thank you. Councilors, we're going to move on to the journal. I move approval of the March 17th journal. There is a motion and several seconds. Any discussion, councilors? The motion is for approval of the March 17th journal. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Moving on to communications and introductions. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 352 on tonight's agenda for action. EC 352 is the mayor's appointment of Mr. Mark S. Reynolds to the Senior Affairs Advisory Council. There's a second from Councilor Grout. Councilors, all those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Any other changes to the letter of introduction? I move approval of the letter of introduction. There's a second from Councilor Grout. Any discussion? All those in favor of the approval of the letter of introduction, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. We have no reports of committees. And councilors, do you have any deferrals or withdrawals at this time? Moving on to the consent agenda. For those individuals on tonight's consent agenda who are being appointed to serve on a board or a commission, we thank you for your willingness to serve. Any changes to the consent agenda, councilors? I move approval of the consent agenda. There's a second by Madam Vice President. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Moving on to announcements, Councilor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. There will be a Finance and Government Operations Committee on Monday, April 14th at 5 p.m. in the Vincent E. Griego Chambers basement level of the Albuquerque Government Center. This will be a hybrid meeting.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. There will be a Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee on Wednesday, April 16th at 5 p.m. here in this chamber, and it will be a hybrid meeting.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 10, financial instruments. Counselor Baca, 079.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President. Sorry. 079, authorizing the issuance and sale of the City of Albuquerque, New Mexico taxable industrial revenue bond, Geltmore Karsten Project, Series 2025, in the maximum principal amount of $5,600,000 to provide funds to acquire, renovate, improve, and equip a 56,000 square foot building to be leased for various manufacturing purposes, authorizing the execution and delivery of an indenture, lease agreement, bond, purchase agreement bond, and other documents in connection with the issuance of the bond and the project, making certain determinations and findings relating to the bond and the project, ratifying certain actions taken previously, and repealing all actions inconsistent with this ordinance. I move to pass.
There is a motion and a second from Counselor Rogers.
And we have several folks to speak tonight, including Director Gruner and several.
Before we do that, please, thank you very much. Counselor, do you want to move your floor substitute?
Yes, Madam President, I would move floor substitute 079 in your iPads.
There is a motion. Is there a second? There's a second from Counselor Grout. We can move on to those. Let's go to comment first. Or did you want, Counselor Baca, did you want to start with the departments, or do you want to start with any kind of public comment? Maybe we don't have public comment.
Leave that to Geltmore
What do we
or
do?
the department.
Okay, we'll start with the department. Good evening, Director.
Good evening, Council President, councilors. Thank you very much for hearing this IRB project tonight. Very excited to present this project. As always, my colleague Chris Chavez will give the formal staff analysis, and we also have representation from the company here to speak on behalf of this project. I'm super excited to help close some of the gap funding and to support this project that the Silverman family is bringing to Albuquerque. Lots of investment from this family into our city, great corporate neighbors. And this is a very exciting project because they are creating a space for manufacturing to grow right here in the city and to create the kind of jobs that we all want to see in the city. So if it pleases, Madam President, I will yield to Chris Chavez.
It does please, however, I skipped a step and we need to vote on the floor substitute real quick. So councilors, we have a motion and a second on the floor substitute. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? Okay, the floor substitute passes. Mr. Chavez, thank you for your patience.
Good evening. Thank you, President Passan and councilors. Thank you for this opportunity to present. Geltmore LLC is a family-owned commercial real estate development firm based in Albuquerque, established in 1991 by manager and CEO Paul Silverman. The company has developed over 44 unique projects throughout New Mexico and Texas, including retail, office, warehouse, self-storage, hotels, restaurants, you name it, worth over $410 million in real estate in today's value. Today, the company is requesting $5.6 million in city-issued industrial revenue bonds to renovate a 56,000 square foot building at 2810 Karsten Court, southeast in Albuquerque, as a manufacturing facility serving two main users. Both tenants are existing local manufacturers that will expand their operations in the new facility. B Clean Spot LLC will occupy 6,000 square feet and manufacture organic beeswax-based hand sanitizer. Geltmore had originally secured a primary tenant to occupy approximately 39,000 square foot of the building, but due to unforeseen circumstances, that original tenant is unable to move forward with their expansion. But the Geltmore team was able to identify a replacement tenant. The replacement tenant is an economic-based company, also in the alcohol beverage manufacturing industry, with comparable job creation and expansion plans to the original tenant. The parties are still in final negotiations, but the Geltmore team can provide some additional context. The Karsten building was previously occupied by a plant-based frozen food manufacturing company. They ultimately went bankrupt in 2023, and the building sat unoccupied and subsequently fell into a state of disrepair due to vandalism and theft at the site. So this project is going to return manufacturing capability to the building, expand and create new operations for the co-located tenants, and maximize operational and industrial efficiency while mitigating risk for all entities. The property's IDO zone district is non-residential light manufacturing. The proposed use of the facility would not require a change in zoning. The majority of the new positions are in manufacturing, are considered full-time, and come with full employee benefits. The required work on the facility is not expansive, so the construction will be all handled by local contractors. And the project included a physical impact analysis prepared by the University of New Mexico's Bureau of Business and Economic Research. Project Carson is expected to remain tax positive throughout the span of the contract and plans to employ both full and part-time employees. The payment in lieu of taxes on the project would be 10% for both real and personal property, essentially making it a 90% tax abatement. This is a qualified project as defined by the state's Industrial Revenue Bond Act and city enabling legislation. The project complies with the adopted city plans and policies and meets community economic development priorities and objectives. IRB 25-4 will add to Albuquerque's industrial base through an increase in manufacturing activity and capacity through the activation of a previously unoccupied manufacturing facility. IRB 25-4 would adequately meet the evaluation criteria established by the city for IRB projects, including the requirement that the city recoup the value of its investment over the term of the bonds. Based on the above findings, staff recommends approval of IRB 25-4 as proposed in the project plan application. And we have Paul Silverman here with Giltmore, and he'd like to say a few words, if that's okay, Madam President.
Mr. Silverman?
Thank you, Madam Chair and council members. We're very happy to be here tonight. We got involved with this project, with the Be Clean project, about 13 years ago. It's one of the first startup investments that I ever made. The product itself was created at University of New Mexico on a contract basis with one of their...
He's not a good salesman. I'll bring it out for you. This is our hand sanitizer. Everybody, this is our hand sanitizer. It's locally made, organic. Great, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Silverman.
Yeah, and we brought treats. So hopefully, we can give them out after. But I brought some Be Clean for staff and council to thank you all for all of your hard work for our council.
This is the great thing about being in business with your family. They will say whatever they want, whenever they want to say it. So thank you for that. But we have been producing this product out of state because the facilities to be able to produce this product don't exist in New Mexico. So the factory that we're setting up will be unique. It will allow us to expand our line greatly, which means that we get to build our business much larger than what it is today, and that's what the program is. We're very fortunate to have a co-tenant in the building whose name I'm not going to talk about at the moment, but I will tell you that they are currently in a 25,000-foot facility, and they're taking 50,000 square feet of this building, which leaves me in 6,000, which means I'm going to have to move in about 3 years. So this is the beauty of what the way the free market works, is that as something grows, you need more space, you need to hire more people, and we're going to, in 3 years, we're going to be ready to do that. But we will be manufacturing here in June of this year. We're already under construction, and the ability to be able to utilize the tools for finance, which is what an IRB is, without it, it would be a much worse financial condition to be able to start up a business like this. So
thank you.
We appreciate your help tonight and look forward to a positive vote.
Thank you, Mr. Silverman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam President and Council, I just wanted to add, between Be Clean and our second tenant that'll be occupying this 56,000-foot facility, will create over 80 new jobs in the first 7 years under production. And thanks to the planning staff, they were great to work with, and I really appreciate y'all, and I hope you vote for us.
Thank you very much. Director. Is Mr. Muirhead here tonight? Oh, he's back. He's on the other side tonight. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Muirhead, I'm assuming that the floor substitute is all of the new details with percentages?
Madam
details?
President, members of the council, yes, it was just to clarify language to make sure it tied to exactly what the company was doing, but the structure of the transaction as described by Mr. Gruner and Mr. Silverman remains the same.
Thank you. Counselor Baca to open-ish?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm very excited. Anything that's going to create new jobs and bring them to our, especially District 2. I'm fully supportive. One quick technical question. I thought I heard the address mentioned as 2610 Karsten Court during the presentation. However, on page 5, it's listed as 2810 Karsten.
Madam President, Councilor Baca, I believe I misspoke. It is 2810.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies.
Counselors, any other questions or comments? Thank you so much. The motion is on 079 as substituted. All those in...
Madam
oh, public
President,
comment.
I
I'm sorry.
apologize.
Thank you. We had 3 whole weeks off. I'm rusty. Okay, so we can go to public comment.
Thank you, Madam
Thank
President.
you.
First up, we have Greg Kaufman, followed by Cherish Mullins. Cherish Mullins. Madam President, those were our 2 speakers that signed up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, seeing no additional comments or questions, counselors, all those in favor of 079 as substituted, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Congratulations. Mr. Muirhead, I'm going to have my analyst send you another email. We emailed you and we never heard back. So I'm going to ask her to send you another email to follow up on something completely unrelated.
Yes.
But since you're here, I wanted to make sure to tell you that.
Yes.
Thank you. We are going to move on to agenda item 11, appeals, AC 2428, the West Side Coalition of Neighborhood Associations, appeal the development hearing officer decision to approve a preliminary plat for all or a portion of Lot 1A, Block 2, Volcano Cliffs, Unit 26, zoned MXM, located on Paseo del Norte Northwest and Kimmick Drive Northwest, containing approximately 8.2578 acres SC11. Ms. Kulidan, if you would like to start us off, please.
Thank you, Madam President and councilors. The issue in this appeal is whether a preliminary plat should be approved to allow an existing 8-acre tract to be subdivided into 6 new tracts. The development hearing officer approved the preliminary plat and Wescona appealed. For some background, in late 2022, a preliminary plat for a larger 18-acre tract of land was approved, which divided that tract into 2 smaller tracts, 1A and 1B. This approval was also appealed by Wescona. In December 2023, the DHO approved a request for a 1-year extension on that preliminary plat. Then in February 2024, the final plat was approved. It is undisputed that Wescona did not receive notice and did not attend either the December 2023 extension hearing or the February 2024 final plat approval hearing. The applicants then submitted this preliminary plat for tract 1A of the site, requesting to further subdivide it into 6 new tracts, which was approved by the DHO in June 2024. Wescona was notified of the June hearing and filed a timely appeal of that DHO approval, which is what we're considering tonight. On appeal, Wescona does not challenge the DHO's approval. Instead, they brought what's called a collateral challenge, claiming that the underlying unnoticed hearings in December 2023 and February 2024 are both void. The council referred this appeal to its land use hearing officer, who recommends that the council deny the appeal and uphold the DHO's approval. The LUHO found that while the appellants were entitled to notice of those 2 prior hearings, their collateral challenge was untimely filed. And the appellants also failed to meet their burden of proof of showing that the DHO erred in approving the preliminary plat. So the LUHO recommends that the appeal be denied and the DHO's approval be upheld. And this is an accept or reject proceeding tonight, so we will not hear from the parties, just my summary, and then I'll do my best to answer any questions you may have.
Counselor Lewis, and then Counselor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. Just after reviewing the facts and looking at everything that's on the record, I move to accept the LUHO recommendations and findings.
There is a motion and a second from Counselor Champagne. Counselors, any comments or questions? Seeing none, the motion is to accept the LUHO recommendation and findings. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed?
No.
That passes on an 8-1. Moving on to our second appeal tonight, AC 2501, 5 appellants, the Santa Fe Village Neighborhood Association, West Side Coalition Neighborhood Association, and Native American Voters Alliance, a nonprofit organization, and individuals Jane Beckley and Michael T. Voorhees appeal the Environmental Planning Commission decision to approve a site plan for the Mesa Film Studio proposed for Double Eagle 2 Airport Lease Area 2, an approximately 60-acre portion of the Double Eagle 2 Airport property, consisting of multiple tracts, located at 7401 Paseo del Volcan Northwest, Atrisco Vista Boulevard Northwest, and Shooting Range Access Road, intersection approximately 4,100 acres. Ms. Couladon, if you'll begin the appeal.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a full hearing on AC 2501. As a quick reminder, the issue in this appeal is whether a site plan should be approved to allow a film studio use for Mesa Film Studio in an NRSU zone district on the Double Eagle 2 Airport Master Plan property. The EPC approved the site plan and 5 appellants appealed. The LUHO recommends that the council grant the appeal and reverse the EPC's decision to approve the site plan. At our March 17th meeting, the council voted to hold a full hearing on this matter tonight, so we will hear from the parties and the planning department, after which point the council will have the opportunity to discuss and deliberate.
Thank you very much, Ms. Couladon. So I'm going to explain the hearing procedures. For all presenters other than attorneys, you're going to need to be sworn in tonight. The hearing procedure, there's going to be time limits for the presenters as follows. Arguments will have 8 minutes for the appellant and 10 minutes for a presentation from the applicant. 8 minutes for a presentation from the appellant, 3 minutes for a presentation by or response to questions by the city planning staff, and 2 minutes for a rebuttal by the appellant, if any. And then we will go to deliberation and discussion amongst the counselors. At this time, we're going to begin with the presentation from the appellant. Good evening.
Good
Will
evening.
you please raise your right hand? Do you affirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony today will be true?
I do.
All right, please proceed.
Madam President and councilors, I address you as quasi-judicial decision makers, arbiters of the law, charged with considering evidence. This is what the land use hearing officer, the LUHO, did. He outlines the evidence, New Mexico case law, and his judgment in his proposed disposition, a document which is not included on tonight's agenda. The applicable law in this matter is the Albuquerque Integrated Development Ordinance. The LUHO appeal recommendation is 36 pages in length. Mr. Chavez states, quote, "The record of this appeal is well over 4,000 pages long. I carefully reviewed the entire record, the Integrated Development Ordinance, IDO, as well as an abundance of New Mexico case law." Throughout the hearing, Mr. Chavez, arguably the city's most experienced and knowledgeable land use law expert, repeatedly defined the purview of the LUHO to determine if there were any violations of the IDO. In that regard, he identified significant violations, sufficient to determine that the EPC decision was, quote, "arbitrary and capricious," end quote, and could not be cured with a remand. That's from page 33 of the proposed disposition, the document I will continue to reference. Quote, "The film studio uses as light manufacturing, warehousing uses, or otherwise are not permissive as primary uses in an NRSU zone. And these uses cannot be allowed as accessory uses to the primary airport use. Thus, the EPC erred." Page 19. The LUHO's analysis and discussion continues for 12 more pages of the proposed disposition. Among the points he makes are the following. Table 4-2-1, which he calls the bedrock of the IDO, does not list light manufacturing or warehousing as allowable uses, either as primary or accessory uses in the non-residential sensitive use or NRSU zone, page 21. He quotes the IDO. If anything, the stated purpose of the NRU zone is to, quote, require additional use review, impact mitigation, to protect the character of the surrounding properties. Plain language that expressly contradicts the idea that the IDO gives expansive powers to the council or the EPC to interpret the NRSU zone. That's on page 23. Also on page 23, a film studio is entirely inconsistent with the clear legislatively stated purpose of the NRSU zone in the IDO. Here again, the legislatively stated purpose of the NRSU zone contradicts the view that allowable uses and all other IDO provisions are subject to ad hoc determination when they occur in the NRSU zone, effectively making this zone a, quote, dumping ground, end quote. The IDO defines an accessory use as a land use that is subordinate in use, rationally related to the primary use in some functional manner. Film studios, light manufacturing, and warehouse uses are in no way accessory uses for the airport, page 26. City Council's text amendment to the Double Eagle 2 Master Plan effectively acknowledged that a film studio was not incidental to an airport, on page 28. The argument that an economic connection is sufficient to categorize the film studio as an accessory use in this case because the underlying zone is NRSU has no support in the IDO. Also page 28. The records submitted by the appellees, planning staff, and EPC show that the film studio is specifically intended to stand alone, to be partitioned from the master plan area on page 30. On page 31, in summary, film studio, light manufacturing, and warehousing are undeniably not allowable uses in an NRSU zone. Accordingly, the EPC's errors approving the use in the NRSU zone, regardless that it was done through a site plan, are not harmless errors. The errors of allowing these uses in the NRSU zone are insurmountable. Reasonable people may and do hold different views of development, of specific projects or proposals, of what merits protection from development and its impacts, and when another land use goal should prevail. Anyone may choose to accept or dismiss another's views. That is fundamentally different from dismissing the language and requirements of the IDO. That is what the Lujo determined happened in this matter, supporting his decision with applicable New Mexico case law. Neighborhood associations did not write the IDO. We are asking that it be followed. Nowhere in his disposition does the Lujo ever suggest our appeal is frivolous. The rhetoric of O2469 and O2573 make clear that the council is hostile to neighborhood appeals and fundamentally to neighborhood voices whenever they express opposition. Given the findings of the Lujo, who upheld the appellants in this administrative hearing, would this council now use its vote to award attorney fees to the appellee had O2469 and O2573 been in effect at the time this appeal was filed? We acknowledge we had and continue to have multiple concerns about this project. Our concerns include the financial sustainability of the project, airport safety, design standards, and open space protections. These, however, are legislative issues, and this is a quasi-judicial proceeding. Thus, they are not germane to the standard of review, and therefore, this is not the venue to address them. The issue here is upholding the provisions of the IDO. Page 6 of AC 2501 staff comments. Another document not included on the agenda cites the standard of review of the City Council in this matter. It is to consider whether one of 3 identified mistakes occurred. This is the standard established by the IDO, the standard of review cited by the Lujo. The Lujo determined that the EPC erred in the application of the IDO. That's on page 34. Further, the EPC's decision was arbitrary and capricious on page 35 of the proposed disposition. I struggle to see how councilors regard this hearing as adequate to consider the merits of an appeal that is 4,000 pages in length. In total, the appellants have 10 minutes to speak. Written submissions were not allowed, and 2 relevant documents have been omitted from this printed agenda for tonight, raising the question of whether councilors have read the entire record. Councilors do not appear to be impartial triers of facts in this quasi-judicial matter. Therefore, we ask you, Madam President and councilors, to uphold the IDO, which, with its amendments, have been in effect since 2018, affirm the well-researched decision of the LUHO, and reverse the EPC's approval of this project. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you. We're going to hear from the applicant now, who has 10 minutes. Good evening.
My name is Lawrence Wells.
Thank you. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you affirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony today will be true?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President, councilors. I'm here to speak on behalf of Mesa Film Studio, the applicant and the appellee in this appeal. You have thousands of pages of a record that was before the EPC and then the hearing officer, and I think hundreds of pages of arguments that were made in both these venues. Rather than repeat any of those, my goal tonight is to focus precisely on where we think the hearing officer made a mistake. We think that that mistake was in both the interpretation of the IDO and in failing to understand the legislative intent of this city council, both in its IDO provisions and in the master plan for the Double Eagle II Airport. So I'm going to discuss those issues. We disagree with his conclusion that the uses approved by the EPC as a part of the film studio facility cannot be allowed as accessory uses to the primary airport use. I would like to make it clear that the hearing officer rejected 22 grounds of appeal that were presented to him. We wholeheartedly agree with the rejection of the 22 grounds of appeal. The uses approved by the EPC for the film studio facility are allowable accessory uses. IDO section 2-5E establishes the very unique NRSU zone district, and IDO section 4-1A4B addresses the allowable uses in the zone district. Both of these sections have a very unique feature. I call it a two-step feature for determining the allowable accessory uses. This is unique to the NRSU zone. First, in subsection 1 of each, it states a general rule, and the general rule is that the allowable uses are those listed in IDO table 4-2-1. Both sections go on and have a second description of what is allowable. They say that essentially that uses that are not allowable under 4-2-1 are allowable and may be approved as accessory uses if they are found to be compatible with or complementary to the proposed primary use. In this case, it's an established primary use, the aeronautical use of the airport. The plain meaning of the second section, subsection in both of these sections is undeniable. Contrary to what the hearing officer said, the EPC was not limited to the allowable uses in table 4-2-1. The EPC had the right to consider the other uses and to determine that uses that were not listed as allowable in table 4-2-1 are acceptable if they're compatible with and complementary to the primary use of the airport. We think the record reflects that decision basis of the EPC, but we would like to suggest that the council consider making its own additional finding if it decides to deny the appeal, and that would be that the uses approved by the EPC are compatible with and complementary to the primary airport use. The hearing officer stated that in allowing the accessory uses that are not listed in Table 4-2-1, that this would permit unrestrained discretion on the part of the EPC, and that it would allow the NRSU zone to be a dumping ground for essentially any land use the EPC desires to allow. These statements ignore the implicit constraints that are placed upon the EPC. First of all, this council approved the Double Eagle 2 Master Plan Amendment, which authorizes only 6 additional specific uses: commercial, lodging, light industrial, education, film studio, and renewable energy generation uses. That's not wide open. That's 6 specific uses that this council decided were compatible with an airport. Secondly, the language of the IDO itself that I've already mentioned here, that's not wide open. The decision has to be made by the EPC that the uses are compatible with or complementary to the airport use. And of course, that decision, if appealed, comes to this council, and this council decides whether or not that is satisfied. That's not an unrestrained ability to APC to put anything they want in an NRSU zone. And with these constraints in place, it is simply incorrect to suggest, as the hearing officer did, that the EPC could make an NRSU zone a dumping ground for whatever they want. The hearing officer also said that the IDO definition of accessory use prohibits the uses approved by the EPC for 2 reasons. First, he said that the film studio uses approved by the EPC are not subordinate to the primary airport use. There are 2 problems with what the hearing officer decided in this regard. First of all, it's clear from the record that the accessory uses specifically support the enterprise mission of the airport. In other words, we don't want tax dollars running the airport. We want the airports to support themselves. That's clearly a subordinate use, I believe, and that's what I believe the EPC was focusing on. Secondly, the actual definitional language in the IDO says more than what the hearing officer focused on. It says that the accessory use must be subordinate in use, which is what he focused on, area, or purpose. He did not focus on the last 2. So there are 3 alternatives. The common meaning of subordinate in this context is something that is of lesser importance, meaning something that's of lesser importance than the primary aeronautical mission of this airport. Subordination in area can only mean that the size of the area where the accessory use will be pursued is a lesser size than the primary area. Well, the airport function itself covers about 1,000 acres. This is going to be 60 acres. I think it's clearly subordinate in area. And then subordinate in purpose, well, that means that the reason that it's done, the purpose, is of lesser importance than the primary use. Well, clearly the primary use of major importance is operating an airport, and these are subordinate in purpose. And I would suggest to you that by amending the Double Eagle 2 Master Plan to identify 6 specific complementary uses, the subordination was implicit in that. We think that the EPC's reasoning is clear from the record, but again, on this particular note that was raised by the land use hearing officer, we would suggest an additional finding of the council that the film studio facility is subordinate in use and purpose, and that the area of the accessory use is subordinate in area to the area where the primary use is practiced. The hearing officer's second argument, focusing on the definition of accessory use, was this: this 60-acre parcel will have to be subdivided, and then it will not be on the same lot as the rest of the airport. The hearing officer seized upon this in the definition that says that the land use that is subordinate in use area or purpose to the primary land use is on the same lot. However, there's a comma after the word same lot, and it says or in a mixed-use or non-residential zone district the same premises, the word premises. Well, first of all, of course, the NRSU zone district is non-residential, so it qualifies in that clause. Secondly, even though this property will be subdivided from the primary airport parcel, it will be on the same premises. Why is that? Because the IDO defines the word premises, and here's what it says. A premises is any lot or combination of abutting or adjacent lots held in single ownership. Together with the development on that lot or lots, there may be multiple occupancy. Well, after the subdivision of the 60 acres, these two properties will have a common boundary. That means they will abut one another. Both the primary airport lot and the Mesa Film Studio lot will be owned by the city of Albuquerque. This is a ground lease to the film studio. That means that they are on the same premises. We would suggest an additional finding also that the accessory uses approved by the EPC will occur on the same premises as
Thank
the
you, sir.
adjacent lot where the airport operates.
Thank you. We are going to have a presentation by or response to questions by the city planning staff.
Madam President, may I ask one question? I have suggested some additional findings. Would council accept sheets with that written on it or not?
Ms. Coulidon?
Madam President, I can grab those and take a look at those.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Renz Whitmore.
Thank you.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you affirm, do you affirm under penalty of perjury that your testimony will be true tonight?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Good evening, President Bassan and councilors. My name is Michaela Renz Whitmore. I'm the manager of the Urban Design and Development Division of the City of Albuquerque's Planning Department. As you are aware from the record, the LUHO took issue with planning's interpretation of the intent and use requirements for the NRSU zone district. I'd like to use my time to explain the reasoning for planning's interpretation, and if you are inclined to agree, suggest findings for City Council to add to its decision. Prior to the IDO, the Double Eagle 2 property was zoned SU1 for airport and related facilities. The purpose of the special use, or SU1 zone district, was to accommodate highly specialized uses, including airports, by having negotiable standards tailored for each use to provide adequate regulations and to require mitigations to avoid negative impacts on surrounding properties from those specialized uses. Those negotiable standards were decided by the Environmental Planning Commission, or EPC, at a public hearing where advocates for the development and those opposed to it could be heard before the EPC decided the appropriate standards. When the IDO was adopted, the SU1 zone district became known as the Non-Residential Sensitive Use, or NRSU, zone district. Planning understood that NRSU allowed the same flexibility and negotiable standards as SU1 through a site plan decided by EPC. IDO section 41A4B3 states that accessory uses in NRSU zone districts shall be subject to the relevant use-specific standards or any other standards deemed appropriate and necessary by the relevant decision-making body. Planning has interpreted the "or" in that section to allow the EPC to establish use standards that are appropriate and necessary for the highly specialized uses that require the NRSU zone district, and to disregard more generalized use standards that would not normally be applicable, but would not be appropriate, that would normally be applicable, but would not be appropriate for the specialized use in question. Planning believes that interpretation is consistent with the intent of the NRSU zone district because it maintains the same level of flexibility and negotiable standards that existed under SU1. If planning's interpretation of the NRSU zone district's intent matches the intent of City Council, planning proposes adding the following as findings when City Council makes a ruling in this matter. 1, City Council finds that the IDO's requirements that are applicable to the NRSU zone district are intended to maintain a practice of negotiable standards by allowing the decision-making body to approve use standards that it finds are appropriate and necessary to accommodate the highly specialized use in each NRSU zone district, and to disregard generalized requirements that the decision-making body finds are not appropriate. 2, City Council further finds that the EPC exercised appropriate discretion, three more lines, please.
Go ahead.
In deciding the use standards that are appropriate and necessary to regulate the airport use and the compatible or complementary accessory uses requested on the premises.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we go back to the appellant for any rebuttal for 2 minutes.
If you want, I can start with questions for her.
We're going to do the
I
rebuttal.
think I forgot to introduce myself before. I'm Jane Beckley.
Thank you, Ms. Becker.
So several comments following up on what people have said. On the matter of the points that the LUHO rejected, he still found one, quite significantly, I believe, which entirely is consistent with the standards of review that this council and the LUHO and the IDO defined as the basis for making a decision. And that is the compliance with the language of the IDL and with and not acting arbitrarily or capriciously. So whatever he might have disagreed on, he agreed on that significant part. I think the LUHO makes clear in very plain language, citing multiple examples of New Mexico case law, that an accessory use should be directly and functionally related to the underlying use. And while it might economically support the airport, it is not by definition an accessory use. I guess I'm not sure how this works with accepting additional findings. I know that we carefully reviewed the rules of procedure, and so I'm not quite sure how that works here, but we continue to request that you affirm the LUHO's decision.
Thank you, Ms. Beckley. Ms. Cullinan, will you please just clarify the rules about accepting new findings or additional findings?
Madam President, councilors, so following the full hearing, the council has the option to grant the appeal, which would mean that the EPC's approval is reversed consistent with the LUHO's recommendation, or if the council chooses to deny the appeal, the council would need to adopt findings in support of that outcome. Those can either be adopted tonight during this meeting, or historically we've usually deferred until the next meeting to allow staff time to put together those findings in support of the conclusion.
Thank you for the clarification. We're going to move on to deliberation and discussion. Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. First, some questions for the applicant or the applicant's representative, if you like. Just wanted to just ask about, I guess, the impact of this development and how many jobs associated with the building out of this campus?
About building out the construction, or?
Hey, hang on 1 second, sir.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. If
Harry
you can...
Relkin, co-counsel for the applicant.
Thank you. So you are an attorney, so you're good? Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir, Madam President, sir. Jobs throughout construction of a facility like this, and then as well as full-time jobs of employment once the facility is complete and it's going.
So I think if we go to the full-time jobs, there'll be probably under 30 that are hired directly by the applicant, but the business model for this studio, which is different than Netflix, where they're doing their own productions, this studio will invite anybody and everybody in that wants to produce here. So the estimates are about 1,200 jobs a year. based upon a reasonable occupancy estimate.
Yeah, and Madam President, you would consider these generally high-paying jobs?
Yes, that runs the gambit, of course, but in general, well above the average wage in Albuquerque.
And Madam President, how about just construction jobs for a project like this?
And I apologize, I don't have that in my head tonight, so I apologize on the construction side.
Yeah.
It's significant. It's an $80 million project, construction project.
Right. Okay. And Madam President, some questions for the appellant or the appellant's representative there. Madam President, and would you tell us again who you represent? You're here representing the appellant tonight?
Yes. So I get two things. One is I am the first in answer to the question about representation. I am the designated representative for the Santa Fe Village Neighborhood Association.
Madam President, I'm having a hard time
If you
hearing
can speak closer to the microphone, Ms. Buckley, that would be great. Thank you.
No one has ever accused me of not speaking loudly. So I am the designated representative for the Santa Fe Village Neighborhood Association. And the current president of the West Side Coalition of Neighborhood Associations. Every aspect of this has been discussed extensively with members of both of those governing bodies, the SFE&A Board and the Wisconsin Executive Committee. The other appellant who joined us is NAVA, which is a nonprofit Native American group. They are also in the loop on everything we have done. So that's, and then obviously I can speak for myself as an individual, and I know Mr. Voorhees is similarly in line with what.
And Madam President, because you mentioned you know, that everybody involved in the discussion, and so were there votes taken on whether, let's say in the West Side Coalition of Neighborhood Associations, were the members of the West Side Coalition, did they take a vote on whether they should appeal this or not? And again, I'm just interested in who the appellants are.
So, yes, the West Side Coalition Executive Committee voted to join the appeal. Subsequently, the West Side Coalition membership at large endorsed that decision.
Great. So, Madam President, and how many members are part of the West Side Coalition Executive Committee?
9.
There's 9 of them, and were they unanimous?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then the members were notified. The members of the West Side Coalition were notified of the Executive Board's decision to appeal. And they represent all the other neighborhood associations so that are part of the membership of the West Side Coalition, right?
So I'm not entirely sure let me be clear. The West Side Coalition has, at that time, I believe, had 31 members. And as you would know from the narrow, a neighborhood coalition would include members or recognized neighborhood associations, homeowner associations, businesses, and individuals who live within the boundaries of the coalition who have no other representation.
Okay. Madam President.
At an announced general membership meeting of the West Side Coalition, a motion was made, seconded, and the majority of those there, I believe there were, I believe there were approximately 18 or more, 21 of the members present, and 3 voted against that motion, the remainder voted for.
Okay. Madam President, and ma'am, what is the basis of standing that your, the folks who hired you would have in this appeal?
Exactly, it's exactly what is in the proposed disposition that the LUHO wrote. I mean,
And Madam
would-
President, and I read that. I just,
Okay.
I would like you to explain it if you could, the basis of standing for the people that you represent.
So the basis of standing included multiple points. So
Counselor Lewis, do you know, and can you direct her to where it's in there?
Madam
You
President,
have
Ms.
it on the
Couladin, would you just state, I mean, they're all pretty simple in there. I mean, they state them as far as it's all on the record, as far as the basis for standing of the appellants.
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, my understanding is standing was based on the provision of who may appeal that reads that standing may be granted to any other person or organization that can demonstrate that his, her, its property rights or other legal rights have been specially and adversely affected by the decision.
So there was some other specific things that were on the record specifying how those property rights were adversely affected. So again, they explained that by, how did they explain that? What were some examples of basis of standing?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, the basis for standing was related to views and use of adjacent major public open space. So the erection of a building on the property would be adverse to the views of the residents and neighborhood association.
Okay, thank you. Madam President, so what views are being obstructed? So again, that's the basis of having a, you have a basis of standing because you live in the area or close to the area or miles away from the area in this case, but this potential development might obstruct some views. What are some of the views that would be obstructed?
So the specific views that we referenced, in particular that I referenced in my comments, were not views from my property. They were views which occur to and from the Petroglyph National Monument, specifically the areas of and from trails along the volcano trails, and the experience for someone on those trails of having in their frame of reference, in their field of view, the proposed structures.
Okay, so that, I mean, I'm trying to understand what views does it obstruct? Because even from the petroglyphs, which is miles away from this, this development, city-owned property, the airport, if you were standing from the petroglyphs, what view would that obstruct, standing from the petroglyphs?
So the volcano's day use area is not miles from this structure. I'm pretty sure the boundary of the Petroglyph National Monument at that point, which encompasses the volcano's day use area, is something along the range of a quarter mile or so. And the views would be those which one would have while walking the designated trails. Specifically, from my point of view, it would be the trails from the area of the Volcanoes Trail, which as it walks north of the Black Volcano and in the direction of the Volcan volcano. That's my sense.
Sure.
But there are definitely views of the landscape from the trails on the Volcanoes Day use area.
Okay, Madam President, so, I mean, you know, when I stand on the volcanoes, you know, or in that area, if I were to look west, my view west is nothing. It's the end of the Rio, it's the start of the Rio Perco, it's a mesa, and you can't see the Rio Perco from that area, you know. Distance, you can see Mount Taylor, you know. But most of what the views that we try to protect are views of, you know, homes and anything in between homes and that would come in the way of views of the Sandias, you know, views of the city. But this is interesting because this is on the far west outskirts of city property that borders on it's an end of a mesa. So even from the volcanoes, you could see, I don't know if, maybe it might obstruct a view of Arizona, but it's a pretty good, I mean, you know, I'm having a hard time understanding that. As far as use of the property, it was mentioned in the record about that one of the bases for standing was use of the property, people that use the property. Are you aware of people that use the property to hike on?
So, yes, actually, may I respectfully ask you a question, Madam President?
What's that, Ms. Buckley?
Well, I guess my question is, when I looked at the rules of procedure, I thought we were talking about the standards of review, not revisiting the entire thousands of pages of the concerns that people articulated for the.
And Ms. Beckley, I hear what you're saying. However, this is the deliberation and discussion from counselors. If you don't want to answer, you're free to not answer.
I'm
but
fine
also,
with answering.
Ms. Beckley, this is also how we're going to get some information on some specifics, especially when we have read and we have gotten some briefings from our staff, but we also are not able to have those conversations. So this is our chance.
Okay. No, I'm fine with answering. I'm just trying to make sure I understand the fundamental issue, the purpose of this.
Madam President, let me restate the question. Again, I'm trying to understand the establishment of a basis for standing by the appellants.
So in answer
which
to
is a part of the thing. And so my question was specific in the areas of use of the property. I mean, it would seem like if there was legitimate use of the property, that there would be a pretty good basis for standing. So would you explain that?
So yes, I hike that area. I hike multiple areas of the Petroglyph Monument on a.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Beckley. I'm really sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you, but please, will you move closer to the microphone? I can barely hear you, and I'm right in front of you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So with respect to using the property by which I mean, I'm referencing the Petroglyph National Monument, yes, I hike it on a fairly regular basis, including the Volcanoes Day use area, not as often as others, but using that. I am a volunteer doing trail roving, so I am on the trail in uniform, answering questions from people. And I have other friends and neighbors who use the trails on a regular basis. So I guess if the question is, do people use them? Do I or other people have direct experience of that area? The answer is yes.
Madam President, directly as in standing on the property?
As in literally standing, if you're talking about the Petroglyph National Monument, yes.
No, I'm talking about the property where this development's going to take place, or would take place. Are you specifically talking about hiking on that property?
I'm not, so the Double Eagle 2 Airport property? No, I'm
Well,
not.
the property that this development is going to take place.
I'm talking about the Petroglyph National Monument. And in response to being an active user of the monument and the area of the monument in the vicinity of the Double Eagle 2 Airport, then the answer is I use it.
Yeah, thank you. And Madam President, I mean, I appreciate you clarifying that, because in the record, it sounded like it was almost insinuating that the basis for standing was use of the property. And the property is airport property. It's city property, it's airport property. You cannot walk on, I mean, you know that, you wouldn't go out there on it, right? Yeah, it's fenced around, you wouldn't jump the fence and go out and walk on it, just as you wouldn't go out and walk on the airport runway. So I just want to clarify, we're talking about areas surrounding that pretty vast area. Does the airport buildings, there's a pretty good amount of airport buildings out there. Would you say that those are obstructive of views? And what views would they obstruct?
So the existing airport buildings are in the neighborhood of 30, at most 40 feet, and they are located considerably farther west than the proposed film studios are located. And so they are both lower in height and much more distant from the immediate area of the Petroglyph Monument. They're absolutely visible, but the effect would not be comparable.
Madam President, thank you. Ma'am, how are you, and you mentioned how were you adversely affected by this development?
So the height and scale of what we understood was proposed, of the structures included in this, would be clearly visible in a relatively adjacent, relatively close area to users of the Volcanoes Deus area.
So, Madam President, so is it really about, you'll have to see a building?
Pardon?
You'll have to see a building? Is that what it's about?
It's not about seeing a building per se. It is about structures which would be remarkably larger in height and scale than what what is there currently.
Counselor, I know that I want to respect your right to question, absolutely. There's 3 other counselors that also want to ask
Thank you, Madam President. I do have a few to follow up. I guess since you're using yourself as an example, I mean, how far do you live from this property?
Oh, you mean my residence?
Yes.
Or when? So my residence is not there, but so my residence is in Santa Fe Village, which is at the base of the escarpment, although surrounded by Petroglyph National Monument, roughly at the intersection of Unser and Montano. So I am not living in my home physically close. I am speaking about the experience of being someone who hikes in that area.
I understand.
And appreciates the cultural landscape that the Petroglyph Monument embodies.
I understand. Yeah, I just want to, Madam President, I just want to get an understanding of where the homes are built around there. And so several miles away or more, and then the closest people, say the 8 executive board members of Wascona, are you aware of maybe the closest that one of them might live to this development?
I probably am physically the closest, and it is literally possible to hike from Santa Fe Village neighborhood. Literally, we have 3 designated crossings that originate in Santa Fe Village, from which can access trails that go literally all the way directly to the Volcanoes Day use area. But if you're asking about geographic location of residence, I would say I may be the closest, I'm not sure.
Like 3 or 4 miles. I think you'd have to hike 3 or 4 or 5 miles, from your home, to get there. Madam President, I have a few questions for the planning department. We can come back to that if you'd like.
No, go ahead if it's for the, I just wanted to make sure that we keep into consideration. But if you
Okay.
want to move on to the planning department, that's fine.
The question you mentioned about, and certainly other councilors can ask about this, but we had good discussion over the zoning issues, what's in the record, what's in the zoning laws. I think that's all pretty clear in the record. Of course, this thing went through, full hearings with the EPC, considerations from the LUHO, planning recommendations, all that's in the record, and I certainly have read all of it and understand it. And so I don't have any further clarifications for you all on that. Actually, I do have one more, and you don't have to answer this, but are you hired by Wascona?
I beg your pardon?
Did Wascona hire you?
Hire me?
Yes.
I'm a volunteer.
Okay, no problem, no problem.
I mean,
Does Wascona have a?
I'm not a lawyer.
Counselor Lewis.
No,
I'm a
not a problem, not a
volunteer.
problem.
Are we going to move on to the planning department?
Yeah, real quick, but I think this is relevant. Madam President, does Wascona have a attorney representing you all in this appeal?
So in this matter, we have been advised by an attorney, and it is Hess Eintema.
Okay, and Madam President, does, to pay for that attorney, are dues of Wascona members used to pay for the attorney or for the appeal whatsoever?
No.
How is that, I mean, you don't have to answer, but I mean, how is those funds raised?
Again, I'm not sure how this bears on the issue of that I understood I was here for, but
You don't have to answer
Counselor
that.
Lewis, I don't know if that's necessarily, I mean, we know how the dues work, but I would like to move on to the planning
Madam
department,
President, move on to
please.
the planning department.
Thank you, that'd be appreciated. Thank you, Ms.
Are
Buckley.
there questions from other counselors for me?
There might be for you, but right now we're
Let's
going to
sit
finish.
down.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam President, thank you. I mean, those questions were really just to get an understanding and clarification of the facts that we had before us in the case, so.
Understood, thank you.
So Ms. Whitmore, I mean, I think you shared this in pretty good extensive explanation of the planning department's interpretation. But again, I just want to confirm that that you saw, I mean, the planning department interpreted that the EPC was within its authority to approve these uses in our SU zone, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and there was some specific language that actually had to do with film studios that somebody referred to tonight. I know it's in the record, but where was that document? What?
So when applications come to the planning department, they often reference a term that's not necessarily in the use table. And so it's up to planning staff to look at the definition of the uses and the list of uses and see what components make up that thing that the application said they wanted to do. So in this case, they said they wanted to do a film studio. Film studio is not a defined use. Film production is, but only as a temporary use. So we looked at the uses as they're defined in the IDO and said, well, what they're describing is something produced in a very large building inside. That's light manufacturing. There's going to be some offices. That's the office use. They're going to be warehousing some things. That's the warehouse use. And together, all those things are uses that would be allowed to support a film studio as an enterprise.
Right. Okay, Madam President, that was all.
Thank you. Madam Vice President?
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to, we're here on the merits of the appeal, right? And the neighborhood associations and the coalition, appealed based on the fact that they didn't think that this thing was followed. But I just want to say that, I'm looking at all the information. I really believe that it merits being, the movie studio being there. And I think Michaela has actually described some of the uses, because just because it says a movie studio, and those are my comments, doesn't mean it's, it has to be listed in some of these uses, you know, when we're developing. But I just want to say, from my perspective, you know, with the movie industry coming in, and you look at this area, the west side, we face a jobs to housing imbalance, right? We're always talking about the need for more retail, specifically District 3. We have a tremendous amount of housing, and we lack the retail and necessary services for our residents. So when we're looking to create jobs, and it's in the, I think the MERCOG 2025 or whatever, or 2045 plan, how we're going to really create that economic development on the west side of Albuquerque. And I think this is a really good opportunity to do that. We have, I think it was called the Oxnard, opened in 1928. This was on Kirtland Air Force Base. Then we had the West Mesa Airport, which was built, or opened, I should say, in 1929. And the West Mesa Airport was actually on the corner of Coors and Central, so right where Airport Road was, you know. And I was talking to my mom a little bit about this. Do you remember when the airport was there? She said she was just a little girl. But, you know, just talking about it, it just really triggered for her the fact that, you know, we have the Albuquerque airport that was built in or opened in 1939. And yet, when we look at our airport on the west side of Albuquerque, it still basically looks the same. So I think this, in addition to the movie studio, this is just really going to be an important part of creating and helping with that jobs to housing imbalance on the west side. And I appreciate the neighborhood associations, because, you know, we're always concerned about different things that are coming into our neighborhood, whether it be, you know, they're going to open a tire shop, whether they're going to mess with the open space and our views. So, you know, they came and they did what they needed to do in order to advocate for their community. I know there's SWAN, the Southwest Alliance of Neighbors, which is south of Central, west of the river. I think they're part of the Wescona. I don't think any of them are members, but they didn't have a voice in this. Not that it's relevant or not. You guys have your members who did and didn't. But again, I just really want to say that as we grow as a city, you know, we need housing, and the only area to grow is on the west side of the river, and in particular, some on the northwest side, but a lot of it on the southwest side. So when you hear me talking about just trying to create a balance, you know, my conversation has been about affordable housing and how important that is in our city. But we need to make sure that when we do that in a balanced way, right? That we have. So I think neighborhood associations, those are some of the things I argue about when it comes up in front of here or anywhere else, is that we create a great balance. And I think adding this movie studio in terms of the opportunities there where we lack, and when we're looking at economic development, when we're looking at what the needs are in terms of the movie industry, and to ensure that we're growing as a city, because if we don't grow, we die. And I think this is going to be a great asset for Albuquerque's west side. So I think I covered all my comments. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the same question for the applicant, appellant, and department. So we could start with the applicant. Of course, we're only allowed to stick to what's in the record. So reading the site plan that was included in the LUHO packet, my question is, how does the site plan mitigate significant adverse impacts to the surrounding area, particularly the petroglyphs?
Thank you. Madam President, Councilor Rogers, we went through the consultation process both with the neighborhood associations, although it was not required under the then ordinance. We went through the consultation process with the Native American organized Pueblos and the Navajo Nation. The only two that responded and wanted to have consultation were Laguna and Santa Ana. The others declined consultation, We reissued our offer, which was not required, but we did. We had more than one meeting with those two pueblos, both on the phone and in person, and facilitated with the National Park Service, that they were also there. We went through what is needed for the studio. We first set it back almost a quarter mile from the Trisco Vista Road. That's one. Two, we changed the color. Three, we lowered the height. But we couldn't lower it where you can't do filming. So it is taller than most of the buildings at Double Eagle Tube, but significantly lower than the con tower. Significantly, by like 4 times. So we made those changes to the original plan. And in consultation both with Santa Ana and with Laguna, they both said they would like us to work with them going forward for job opportunities for their members, which we agreed to. It is, I think, not insignificant that neither one of them joined the appeal, nor did the Park Service, whose mission is to preserve the petroglyphs. And also note that the Appalese residences are much closer to the petroglyphs. Matter of fact, many of them actually border the National Monument. What we have is with the National Monument, after you get to the west of where the petroglyphs actually are, the National Monument is quite a bit larger, moving westward as buffer to the actual religious site. Then we put in major public open space to buffer the buffer. And then we moved quarter of a mile further in order to buffer the buffer the buffer. Those are some of the things that we did to try to mitigate any impact. We can't say that you can't see it. If you're walking up, you'll see it. You see many other things that are developed out there as well. And I think this council took that into account because not only did the text amendment to the master plan, but at least let's not forget that this council approved the lease for this particular use at this particular location with full disclosure of the heights, et cetera. And this council approved the Lido ordinance for this particular use at this particular location. I think that in conjunction with the intent of the IDO, as Mr. Wells has explained, the second section that the LUHO did not pay any attention to for whatever set of reasons, clearly establishes the intent when this body created the IDO to have flexibility in this zone.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And then just one follow-up question before you leave the podium. Any urban natives serving institutions like the appellant Neva, any contact with them?
I'm not sure, Madam President, Council Rogers, we did not have a specific reach out to Neva. I do not know if they were represented or if they attended when the Petroglyph National Monument sponsored a group. I cannot recall that. So I just can't give you a specific answer on that.
Thank you. I know we have representatives from Neva here as well as other parts of the appellant. So I'll leave it up to you who would like to answer the same question. I would love to hear from Neva if they're available. They're here? Mm-hmm. Just to be clear, the question is, how does the site plan mitigate significant, in your opinion, adverse impacts to the surrounding area, particularly the petroglyph?
Starting from the beginning, it was the view of many of us that the site plan, which permitted structures just under 60 feet in height, and 6 of them 20,000 square foot. So basically 20,000 square feet, 2 buildings, two buildings. That the scale of that would be, would absolutely not be anything but an intrusion on the cultural landscape, the viewscape of to and from the Volcanoes de Use area of the Petroglyph National Monument. In addition, it's true that the color was changed, but not to one of the IDO designated colors. It will be a light ash gray, so less than previously, but not one of those designated in the IDO, which are essentially tans and light greens, but colors which are part of the vegetation in the natural landscape. So with respect to the site plan per se, those were some of the fundamental issues. In response to the question of engagement with our tribal neighbors and tribal nations, in the documents for this, and in the EPC hearing on this specific site plan, the Laguna Pueblo indicated that they neither supported nor opposed it. They had concerns. The Santa Ana Pueblo submitted a second letter in which they actually requested that the EPC defer a decision from the December meeting because they had some continued concerns about the impact on the cultural landscape, what to them is the significant spiritual and cultural landscape of the petroglyph area. And their views extend not just to the immediate Double Eagle 2 airport area, but also views that encompass traditional pilgrimage routes and other things that I cannot explain. I have zero knowledge of that. I just know what I read.
Thank you, Madam President.
If you want to hear from NAVA, I would not. One more thing before I get too far afield.
And then we're going to move on to the planning department. I believe has your question been answered?
Yes, I think
Okay,
I
so
was hoping, yeah, I
thank
think you did a great job speaking
So
on
then, Ms.
behalf of.
Beckley, we're going to, I believe Councilor Rogers has the same question for the planning department.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. Same question.
President Bassan, councilors, in addition to the things that have been mentioned, the building heights, I want to just mention that the highest buildings were moved to the center of their 60 acres to keep them as far away from all of the major public open space that's on the other side of Etrisco Vista, as well as to the west. So they did have some site design that helped to mitigate and pull those taller buildings into the center of their 60 acres. They also met the vast majority of the major public open space edge standards that are the requirements in the IDO that help to mitigate any development that happens next to the major public open space. They also made changes to their lighting and their landscaping to be sensitive to the native landscaping that's on the monument and to minimize the amount of light spillover onto the property.
Councilor Rogers, anything else? Councilor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam President. So again, thank you for, both to the appellants and applicants. And I asked the questions on standing, and I do believe that in this situation, even under our laws that were existing at this time when this bill began, that I think the case for the appellants having standing is I don't think that case is made in this regard. Now, at the same time, I certainly respect anybody's opinion, and everyone has had many opportunities to be able to express and even change, the outcome of this development through the entire extensive, process that that the appellant or that the applicant went through. And as was mentioned here tonight, already had a lot of input on that and the ability to be able to direct it and be good neighbors and ensure, that this would be a good, sustainable development that would fit into this community. I mean, just a word about, because I think this is important. I think whenever we have appeals like this, it's helpful to understand how who's affected in the community. And when certainly the 8 members of the executive committee of the Wascona, their opinions matter, but I don't believe that they reflect not only the rest of the representatives of the West Side Coalition, but certainly do not reflect the residents on the west side of Albuquerque. The residents on the west side of Albuquerque, and many of them in every neighborhood, on the west side, have expressed just a great desire to see their children, to see themselves, their children to have better high-paying jobs on the west side of Albuquerque, more opportunities. We have a lot of R1 residential, great communities on the west side of Albuquerque. The challenge is we have many of the jobs in our city are on the east side of Albuquerque, and so when we try to solve problems of our overpasses and getting over the river, and we have many problems there, and much of it is related to where people work in our city and where people live in our city. And a good sustainable community has a mix of all those things. And so I think the desire of the people that certainly might have standing that aren't a part of this appeal would be that they'd like to see these kinds of opportunities happen in our area. And by the way, there's a lot of property, there's a lot of areas where where these more and more of these opportunities can be created. And so I'll leave it at that, but I'll make a motion to deny the appeal and uphold the EP's decision to approve the site plan with new findings. And
There's a motion and a second from Madam Vice President.
And Madam Chair, with I think some findings that Ms. Couladon could help us with, would you like some time to do that and come back later in the meeting to? We can adopt.
We can defer. We can go ahead and work on passing passing or failing the motion, and then we can defer the appeal to the next meeting,
Well, we can
giving our
even-
staff time to go ahead and make sure to get them how you'd like.
Madam President, thank you. So we could, move in, on the motion and then even come back to the next meeting to clarify the findings. Okay.
Madam President, Councilor is correct. You could make the motion tonight and then defer until the next city council meeting, and I'll prepare findings for you to approve at that point.
And Madam President, and just to mention those, so we know what we're talking about, some of the findings, the appellant did not, have standing, the appellant did not meet the burden of proof, and the planning department's interpretation of the NRSU use is what's correct. I'm also interested in some of the findings of the applicant that I think made sense and certainly would reflect if this motion was approved. Thank you, Madam President.
In addition to that, I'm interested in making sure that there's a finding that is considered of the agreeing with the EPC, but also making sure to note that this is a compatible and complementary use to the airport. Councilors, is there any discussion? The motion is for a denial of the appeal and to adopt findings. Okay. There's a motion and a second by Madam Vice President. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? I make a motion for deferral of AC 2501 for 2 weeks to the next council meeting. There's a second by Councilor Champagne. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. We are going to take about a 30-minute break. We'll be back here at 10 after 8.
And I got to be honest, I'm very cynical with representative democracy. And this process has definitely helped me find some purpose in this. I would like more funding next year for the participatory budgeting process in District 6, significantly more. 1.5 million is not enough for all the infrastructure we need. I would also like more funding in general towards District 6, specifically in our poorer areas, specifically Trumbull, what's it called? The Estates District, part of the district. And I proposed a project earlier that wasn't put forward, but it's one that's relevant to here, is basically a housing first initiative where we would build houses using money. The example I gave was Adobe Earth Houses. And essentially giving these houses for free with very few conditions to the homeless community or people who are applicable to them. I think we should move in that direction rather than scramming them off the streets and basically putting them in prisons or putting them further on the streets, more slipping into poverty, making our community even worse. Yeah, that's my time. Thank you.
Nikhil Pylor, followed by Trevor Selby. Trevor Selby, followed by James Shanley.
Good evening, councilors. If we can remember the comments from much earlier in this evening, I want to start by concurring the statements of Councilor Feeblecorn regarding diversity of our city, the need to keep free the discussion about climate change and diversity. I quickly want to rebuke your line of reasoning, Councilor Lewis. When you ask the public gatherings are charged for the use of Civic Plaza, you cloak your sentiments, so I wish to clarify that the insinuation of your line of reasoning is this: asking that demonstrations are charged is to put a price tag on public speech. It amounts to free speech before fee. On to another issue, I want to condemn the city of Albuquerque for its campaign to punish the local bookstore Quirky Books. The bookstore located near Jefferson and Central has the basic dignity to tolerate the homeless people residing in their parking lot. The city wants to publish the store for this, for dignifying the people who need a place to go. As this council has reiterated time and time again, homelessness is an endemic issue. It is unjust to acknowledge this issue while also eliminating all of the places, every last corner these people in need could possibly reside. Apparently, it is not enough to look down on the people below us who suffer below us. Now the government demands that we participate in its campaign to harm and dignify people in need. Please support Quirky Books. Please respect the humanity of people who are experiencing homelessness. Thank you.
James Shanley, followed by Janet Sayers.
Madam President, councilors, along the 3-mile segment of Central Avenue from Tramway to San Mateo, there are 358 discrete non-state or city-owned properties and commercial premises. Of those, 111 are closed, abandoned, burned out, vacant lots, or for lease. We are all too aware of the tragedy and misery of the unhoused and the addicted. We tend to overlook the small and large businesses and property owners whose investments are destroyed or blighted and employees let go when our streets and sidewalks are intimidating to customers. There are only 2 thriving industries on East Central: fencing and fentanyl. Over the past 8 years, the city has spent hundreds of millions of dollars to build out an infrastructure we are told will address the problem. But I suspect, based on what we see on the streets, that if you did a profit and loss statement on that investment, measuring each dollar spent by lives that are redirected for the better, the bottom line would not be impressive. Even when both gateways are fully operational at maximum capacity, it will still be wholly inadequate to the scale of the problem we are facing citywide. With regard to Council Bill R 25-128, the opioid settlement funds need to be allocated to most directly reduce the crisis for the people on the streets. I urge you to scrutinize any diversion of those funds for capital investments and focus it on the people who need the help. Thank you.
Janet Sayers, followed by Valerie Martinez. Valerie Martinez, followed by Ilse Beal.
Madam President and City Councilors, my name is Valerie Martinez, and I am the Chair of the Metropolitan Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. The board is charged with encouraging the greatest use of parks programs for the public good. I'm here tonight for two reasons. First, to advocate for Parks and Recreation GO bond funding in the amount of just over $21 million as reflected in R 25-117. And second, for parks programming funding. GO bond funding for parks supports such things as security improvements, renovations for aquatic facilities, protecting and enhancing the bosque, improving irrigation and conservation, and improving our tree canopy. In terms of funding for park programs, currently there is no allocation in the city budget for park programming. The board has asked for a very modest $80,000 in our report from last year, and we asked for that for the next fiscal year, a mere $8,889 per city council district. It is not enough to fund only new parks and capital improvements to existing parks. We must fund the activation of these parks, allowing residents and community organizations to host and organize special events. This is essential not only for quality of life for Albuquerque residents, but for safety. Research shows that active parks experience less vandalism, drug activity, and violence. As you know, Albuquerque was recently ranked number 15 in the TPL Park Score Index, the most comprehensive parks rating system in the U.S. Albuquerque was the only desert city in the top 15, a remarkable achievement. Our highest score within that rating system was for resident access to parks, but our lowest score was in investment. We ask you to continue to invest in our parks and to invest more in terms of park programming. Thank you.
Ilse Beal, followed by Simon Polakowski.
Hi, everyone. I read all the various materials that the city had sent out, the city administration, on how the opioid dollars should be spent. I was also really moved by the opinion piece in the Journal on Sunday, also arguing for more programs and immediate relief. I also work on the street in the ID, so I also see face-to-face what's going on there and how much need there is. But then I was also in the various meetings where the county then, and through Vital Strategies, collected public input on what people wanted and how they wanted it and how it should be spent and so on. And the message from so many people was crystal. Don't be using these precious dollars for stuff that the local governments are already doing or should be doing. Now, there's another problem. I've been trying to push the city administration, specifically then now Triple H, to have a comprehensive, publicly available strategic plan for behavioral health. There was nothing in place, even though both the council and the city administration knew the opioid dollars were coming. So now the dollars are here. LGCC has accepted the Vital Strategies Plan. There was a subcommittee with 3 of the councillors on the subcommittee working through what should be the priorities. And if the city administration doesn't have a plan, I don't want them to patch together what they lack in budget at the moment. Thank you.
Simon Polakowski, followed by Tad Nieminski.
Yes, I used to live in the university neighborhood on Cornell, and I had a neighbor, Roy Caton Jr. Roy was brutally murdered in 2019. Somebody crawled through a doggy door and bludgeoned him to death. Roy was 89 years old in a walker. I used to live on Buena Vista, and 2 years ago, a man was brutally murdered on Buena Vista, and his remains were burned. I also read recently that a person had been also murdered on Stanford and Silver, and their house was started on fire, the place they were inhabiting. I believe there's a serial killer on the loose in the Southeast Heights. I don't know who, but these murders seem related to me because none of them make any kind of logical sense. I think something needs to be done, and I agree with the gentleman who spoke about East Central, about what's been going on. I've lived in Albuquerque, New Mexico for 50 years, over 50 years, most of this time in Albuquerque. I drove from Banal downtown. It's terrible. You need to do something, and it has to be quick about this homeless and this drug situation. You've been talking about it for years, and it's out of control. I had friends who had crack houses come up next door to them. It took 2.5 years to get the people out. What distressed my friend the most is they didn't take away the kids from the parents. That's what distressed them most. You really got to do something. You sit here and you talk, and nothing is done. This gateway thing, something needs to be done at the local, state, and federal level. And everybody needs to get on board. And it has to be uniform all across the country. Thank you.
Tad Nieminski, followed by Deanna Valdez.
Thank you. My name is Ted Nieminski. Well, what is APD, private security in hospitals, and director civilian oversight have in common? They all cops. Once you cop, you always get fraternal brotherhood. That's what is it. Now, go to what they do. I was badly in a hospital, visit, done nothing. I was tortured. And before we get to that, Councilor Sanchez, I'm sure you remember Torres and Lucero. I did report it about 15 years ago to City Council when they were kicking a young lady on the sidewalk, handcuffed, laying down. And I stopped. And then I spoke at City Council 15 years ago. Well, then cops, that's about 15 years, 14. 2014, cops start leading. Well, they found that San Joven as security. That's its biggest employer. Of course, they can do whatever they wanted. Now, go to crime scene photos. No, about 50, no way to be found. APD report falsified. Director civilian oversight and district attorney using threat and all tactics to scare you. Thank you.
Deanna Valdez, followed by Let's Otvo. Let's Otvo, followed by Brick Jonesy.
Madam President, councilors. In today's world, we have what they call an ability to go to artificial intelligence. We can ask the most technical of questions from these computers that might not be 100% correct, but they give you a pretty good look at the problem. As I mentioned at the last meeting 3 weeks ago, and I've mentioned this to a couple of the councilors here and numerous people within the city in the different departments that I found myself in, trying to get a resolution to my problems. It just appears that I'm always coming up against an obstacle where people are afraid of the camera. It seems like it's holding them accountable. We have cameras here that are recording us all today. We get to be put on the record. Now, when I asked that question of AI, it told me, what I asked was, what would be the consequences if it was discovered that the state of New Mexico's law enforcement officers had not signed their oath as state and federal statutes dictate? It came back and it told me that if New Mexico law enforcement officers were found to have not had signed their oath as required by state and federal statute, that it could lead to erosion of public trust. Such a discovery would likely erode that trust, potentially leading to a crisis in confidence within the legal system. It could also lead to an impact of the legal process itself. Any actions taken by these officers who haven't signed their oath and turned it into the Secretary of State in Santa Fe within that 10-day period would be considered invalid, illegal, and potentially leading to dismissal of their cases and overturning legal decisions. And if I may, I have two more, which I think are very pertinent for today. Civil liability. If the failure to take an oath results in an action that could harm or damage someone, those officers could face civil lawsuits and potential civil penalties. Criminal charges, depending on the specific circumstances and the nature of the oath violation, officers could face criminal charges, potentially including perjury and other offenses related to the falsification and failure to fulfill their duties.
Thank you, Mr. Avo.
Thank you.
Brick Jonesy, followed by Joseph Griego.
Madam President, councilors, yeah, that's some pretty important stuff. Actually, I was going to speak on something else, but I wanted to say something. Councilor Lewis, you're on fire tonight. And I noticed something about you. You like to ask questions. And thank you. Regarding the IPR thing, I have a simple solution. You don't have to take it. Make 2 copies, unredacted, 1 redacted. Right? Servers are cheaper than labor. That's a fact. Agitator. You mentioned the word agitator. Oh, I'm so glad that you said something. Yeah, there are 2 definitions of the word. One could lead to violence. When we, the people, pay our public employees, we're paying you to do a job, okay? And so with that comes a trust. And yes, we're asking you to kind of hold back your free speech a little bit, kind of hold back your actions a little bit. So when Mr. Lewis is regarding the mayor saying certain words, that's what he's talking about. He's saying, have a little decorum, mayor. Have a little decorum, mayor's staff. Understand what you're saying. Words have meaning. And so agitator, being it has 2 meanings, can lead to violence. So I appreciate you bringing that up. Also, I want to say something for all the people here, as well as anybody else. The microphone, it's very short. So for me, I have to lean down. Mr. Letzotvo has to lean down. It might be beneficial to get like a bigger mic, like a taller mic. That might be helpful. But if you don't, then you guys are going to have to lean into it. It is helpful if we do hear your voices. So I appreciate that. I got 10 seconds left, so I'll leave it at that. And I appreciate you guys. Thank you for listening.
Joseph Griego, followed by Michelle Medved.
Good evening, Madam Chair, City Council. I come before you to talk about your opioid presentation that you'll have tonight regarding your funding and the potential of what you'll do with that funding. I come on behalf of Chicanos por la Causa, a current contractor at the Gateway, and looking at your funding and how the opportunity to really have an impact on the community. The opioid issue is a systemic problem across the country and in the state, as well as every community. But if you place all your money into infrastructure, we're not addressing the current problem right now and the need for intervention. Most centers or drug rehabilitation centers are full. I mean, no matter where you go, they're full. There's nowhere for anybody to go. And the services that you currently provide through contract services, through shelters, could utilize those funds to enhance the services they already do within the centers. You already have facilities. It's now let's enhance those facilities through services in helping those individuals, because the problem that happens is when someone needs help and you send them someplace else, you lose track of those individuals and that time frame that they're gone and trying to find assistance versus having the assistance right in the center where they're at, where they're located. So I would ask you to look at that as you debate or contemplate how you're going to use the $80 million coming into the city of Albuquerque. Potentially, you would have a bigger impact by providing services to already existing contracts or new contractors to provide services within those facilities that you guys fund through contract services for homeless shelters. Thank you.
Michelle Medved, followed by Monique Hardy.
Madam President, councilors, my name is Michelle Medved, and I'm one of the 2 Crossroads counselors serving roughly half of the 28 middle schools within Albuquerque Public Schools. Because I myself support 15 middle schools, my direct engagement with students is primarily reactive, focused on offering an intervention following substance-related incidents to reduce suspension days, and proactive prevention initiatives are limited to occasional classroom presentations based on interest from a school and my availability outside of the interventions that we offer. The approval of R25-128 offers a crucial opportunity to shift this paradigm by providing Albuquerque middle school students with direct and consistent access to the comprehensive support that I can offer as a Crossroads counselor, moving beyond isolated interventions. With program expansion, each new Crossroads counselor would support a small cluster of schools, and I, for example, would be able to have a dedicated office space at 2 middle schools where I could establish a Crossroads counseling program instead of being more of an itinerant interventionist like I am now. This will enable the development of meaningful and ongoing relationships with middle school students, which is a protective factor in itself against substance misuse, and it's exciting to me. Furthermore, the cluster of schools that each Crossroads counselor serves would include elementary schools, where we can facilitate proactive prevention education and allow for timely early intervention following initial substance use infractions at the elementary level. By approving this proposal, you will be providing middle school students with access to services and establishing substance prevention education in elementary schools that could change their lives and put them on a different path, which is a perfect use of the opioid settlement funds. Thank you for listening.
Monique Hardy, followed by Alicia Coriz. Alicia Coriz, followed by Suresh Nilagaru. Suresh Nilagaru, followed by Lisa Ciro. Lisa Searle, followed by Benjamin Bean. Benjamin Bean, followed by Bernadette Hardy on Zoom.
All right, thank you. Good evening, councilors, Madam President. First, I want to thank you all for your earlier recognition of organ donors and sexual abuse victims. That was really moving to me, and I appreciate it. What I would like to talk to you about tonight is something that I think you've heard about before, the Rethink I-25 initiative that Strong Towns is taking up. I would like for you to please sign up for it if you would so choose. Quickly, it is the S-curve straightening around lead and coal is a bad deal for Albuquerque. There are many reasons to oppose it, including exhaust and other toxic fumes, deadlier speeds, and worse multimodal transmit environments. But the primary reason I want to highlight tonight is that it is expensive in the hundreds of millions of dollars, kind of expensive. 15 million of that at least is going to be coming from New Mexico State, from the people in our state are going to be paying $15 million for something that we don't want and is actively going to be harming us. And I believe that that money could be put to a better use. I think that it would mean a lot to our governor. I think it would mean a lot to New Mexico Department of Transportation if any of you would be willing to sign on. Please consider signing the petition at rethinki25.org. Thank you very much.
Ms. Herrera, did you sign up to speak, or did you think you did? That's all right, go ahead.
I appreciate it. Good evening to the council. As a nonviolent agitator, I arrived to a displacement at First in Arvada before work this morning. It was after most of the usual crew were packed and relocating. A photo I took shows 7 civvy vehicles, although some are out of frame. I took photos of the milk crates bungeed to the sides of the blue waste management compactors because I already know what they often contain. Items salvaged, AKA stolen from unhoused neighbors. I've seen brand new sneakers, and in this case, photographed hand tools, a carabiner, ratchet straps, and what appeared to be a pony tank of nitrous oxide. Then I moved off to the side and was talking with a couple still packing. I noticed the waste management staffer wearing a skull balaclava, neon vest, reflective glasses, and a skull cap, with his phone out apparently filming me. Is it allowed for city workers to record citizens while they're on the clock? I wonder if it was his personal or work phone. I approached him from 20 feet away and turned on my video. As he continued to film, I asked if he worked for the city. No response. I asked if his attire was approved, as I could only see his ear. No answer. He bumped my hand holding the camera, and I told him he has no right to touch me. I asked his name, and he said, "Call 311. Then he knocked my hand harder. This time I yelled not to touch me. He pushed my hand yet again, and then another waste management staffer grabbed him by the waist and pulled him away. APD approached me and asked me to step away for my safety, since they were crushing items such as bikes. I've not seen them extend this courtesy for safety to my unhoused neighbors, but I stepped aside. APD advised I should go to the substation to file a report. Why did APD take no action? I have a video documenting this incident. So far, Solid Waste and Clean Streets supervisors have been unable to locate this man using the name eventually provided to me by on-site APD. They said he may be a temp when I called and spoke to supervisors. Please stop Waste Management from stealing from the unhoused. Please require them to show their faces and have an identifying number visible. No citizen should be intimidated by the faceless, nameless power of the state. And please make sure that the specific assailant is suspended immediately with no pay and fired. A man I know was cited for camping, but a city worker who assaulted me was allowed to continue with his day. This needs to stop. Thank you.
Ms. Herrera, can you verify, was it Waste Management or was it Solid Waste Department? And I'm not trying to pass you off, I just want to make sure to confirm.
When I was on site and requested of the officer who escorted me to the edge to get his identification, she specifically said he was Waste Management. When I called my contact with Waste Management, I was told that he was not with Waste Management, and then they kicked me over to, I think it's called the Clean Streets Initiative, if I remember correctly, and then the supervisor there told me, I don't know who he is either. I did ask the spelling of the name and everything to make sure, because I already know how this sort of things go. I've gotten the runaround around this before. They said, at that point, they said, we think he's a temp. We're going to keep trying to figure out who he is, but at this point, everyone I've spoken to, they can't figure out who he is.
Madam CAO, can we make sure that we look into this? Mr. Whalen, can we?
Council President, yes. We were made aware of the situation late right during council. The supervisor is aware of it. I have already spoken to the director. He will be looking into the incident and finding out all the information that we need.
And then can you make sure to follow up with all of us as to what, I mean, not all the details of the HR stuff, but to make sure that we're all aware that things have been remedied, and most importantly, that Ms. Herrera has contact and she knows?
Council President, yes, and if I can get her contact information, we can let her know.
Ms. Herrera, will you please make sure that Deputy CAO Whalen has your contact information?
Of course.
Thank you. I'm sorry that happened. It's very aggressive and not okay.
Madam President.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. Just on this topic, I've received some complaints from constituents in my district with pictures of what I thought was solid waste workers not in identifiable outfits. So in addition to covering this, can we also just make sure that staff is adequately, we had this conversation with code enforcement as well, making sure they were adequately marked with city emblems? Because I'm hearing about this, and I believe that Councilor Baca also got the same kind of a complaint. So this is becoming a trend. So thank you, Ms. Herrera, for bringing it up.
Of course. Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak.
Council President and Council Rogers will definitely look into it. And if you would like to send over those pictures, you can send them directly to me.
Thank you. Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Madam President. We move on to Zoom and Bernadette Hardy.
Good evening, Madam Chair and council members. I'm not going to put on my camera because I have the flu right now. Sorry, I couldn't be there in person. My name is Bernadette Hardy. I'm Hamas Pablo Dene. I was here to speak for a do not pass on AC 2501.
Miss Hardy, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Miss Hardy, you need to mute her, please. Miss Hardy, you are not able to speak on the appeal since it's pending before the council. So okay. you are completely allowed to speak to anything else that's not a land use matter, especially subject to the appeal that's happening right now, and we can go ahead and start your timer over.
Let me see. Well, there's a lot to speak on. I live in District 6, and I see a lot of the solids waste people scooping up a lot of our houseless neighbors' belongings. I never thought that was okay. Also, with the opioid money, we need more rehabs in the community, and also just more resources for people to go to a rehab or get the services they need. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. We now call Suresh Nilagaru. Suresh Nilagaru.
Hello?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Oh, hi. I'm sorry, I'm coming in late to this meeting. My name is Dr. Suresh Nilagaru. I'm a physician in private practice in the Northeast Heights, and I wanted to make a comment about specifically about the opioid settlement and use of funding, and as a physician, what I'm seeing in my practice as well as the community at large. I think one of the main areas that we need to focus on is actual ability for one-on-one care with these patients in terms of actual physician services, in terms of primary care for opioid abuse and addiction treatment. Infrastructure, I don't think, is going to address the issues right now. The way I would be looking at this overall scenario for opioid use would be literally the house is on fire at this particular point in time. Building more buildings, et cetera, is not going to even come close to solving the problem. We have to directly address the patient themselves with counseling, behavioral health, medical care, and pharmaceutical assistance with their opioid addiction. Thank you.
Madam President, I'm not able to identify any more folks that signed up for Zoom, so that concludes general public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelius. Thanks to all of our speakers tonight. Moving on to approvals, EC 319 is a proposal for funding and implementation of a pilot program to provide comprehensive employment and support program for individuals experiencing homelessness. I move approval. There is a second by Councillor Feeblecorn. Councillors, any discussion or questions? The motion is for approval on EC 319. All those in favor, raise your hand and say, wait, before we do that. Sorry. Mr. Cornelius, let's go to public comment.
Thank you, Madam President. Donald Hume, and followed by Suresh Nilagaru on Zoom.
Mr. Hume says he can pass. Thank you, Mr. Hume. Is Dr. Christofferson still here?
Ms. Christofferson has left. James Freeman has left. And we'd like to hear from Suresh Nilagaru one more time.
Mr. Nilagaru? He's not accepting him. Is that hand up somebody that is one of these? Okay. And then if staff can double check back here, I'd appreciate it, because there's a lady that's wanting to. Okay, so councilors, we have gone through public comment. One more time for any questions or comments on EC 319. Councilor Pena, Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a real quick question to Mr. Whalen. You know, I know that this money was appropriated at the last budget cycle, and I think it was our attempt, Councilor Grout, Feeblecorn, myself, Sanchez, and others, to really look at getting Central cleaned up and, you know, just some of the facade and some of the issues with lighting and lights out. And so I really want to commend you for being really creative in terms of establishing this program and providing an opportunity for some of the homeless individuals that are trying to seek employment. I just would, you know, I think my goal, I can only speak for my goal, was a little bit, I support this, but a little bit different. So I have had those conversations with you about implementing something with the existing services that we have so that it can just bolster what you're trying to do here. So can you give me an update on what you're doing?
Mr. Whalen?
Council President and Councilor Pena, yes. What we are doing is we have a plan that we spoke with Director Gallegos about that we're getting ready to implement about everything we have. I do have that document. I received it today. I'm going over it. I can share that with you if you'd like to meet and we can talk about that. But one of the things we also are doing is we're starting, as we have more staff that are trained, we're having them go up the central corridor and they're going to start addressing some of the art stations, ride the art bus, come off on the art stations, do address the area, get back on, go to the next one, and then address the bus stop on West Central. And we're going to be expanding that in other areas as well.
Thank you, Mr. Whalen. Thank you, Madam President.
Any other questions or comments, councilors? Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just looking at the budget overview breakdown. So the funding will only cover 16 individuals?
Council President, Councilor Rogers, it's 16 at a time as people move through the program. So for instance, we've already had 2 people that started in the program are now full-time employees by Albuquerque Ambassadors. So they've transitioned from the Better Way to a full-time job with Albuquerque Ambassadors, and we can then fill those 2 slots. So the funding provides for 15 and one supervisor at a time, but they filter through the program.
Thank you, Madam President. So that doesn't mean they're all working full-time? Is that like?
Council President, Council Rogers, they have the option of working 32 hours or 40 hours. It's up to the individual. And they work with the supervisor who's running the program from the block-by-block side.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Counselor Sanchez?
Thank you, Madam President. It's something that I bring up all the time. It says city staff will track key metrics such as participant demographics, employment rate, housing stability, service utilization, and satisfaction levels. Monitoring will be conducted through regular meetings, real-time data tracking, quarterly site visits, and compliance. However, while these metrics provide insight into short-term success, it's unclear whether staff will track participants after they exit the program. So there's two questions that I have there, and I always bring this up, is there's a lot of programs out there that are trying to do the right thing. And when you have all these programs, I know there's programs out there that are actually doing a money grab. And what we need to do is we need to make sure that the legit programs are the ones that are in operation, the programs that are actually providing the correct service and doing the right thing. So is there any kind of upfront audit process to make sure that we have the right connections and the right people taking care of this program and the right people getting the money?
Council President and Councilor Sanchez, for this program that's we've been using these providers to do this type of work for a long time. We have a long-standing relationship with them, and they work hand in hand with the solid waste department. So we do have interaction with these individuals on a daily basis to know that they are working, they are being trained, and then through our health, housing, and homelessness department, they're helping them with on the back end from the Gateway West.
Madam President, also, when each of these individuals comes in, how are you documenting what's happening with each one? Are you picking up on how much they're getting paid, what they're doing, and how many times they're coming back, what the next level or what the next step is involved in reference to their moving forward?
Council President and Councilor Sanchez, yes, we are. We get a weekly update on who's in the program, how they're progressing through the program, and what the matrices are of people who exit the program. If some just quit, or for instance, we've had 2 that were part of the program and they made enough money to be able to relocate and go back to California where they were from. So they were able to come through and go. I just read a letter earlier today from one of the participants in the program that he is now, because he's been in this program since the beginning, he has now been able to be housed, so he is no longer staying at the Gateway West, although we are still providing him the opportunity to move over to block by block and work with the system.
Counselor Sanchez? Good. Counselor Grout?
Thank you, Madam President. You've mentioned that you have a couple people in the program. How many people do you currently have in the program?
Council President and Councilor Grout, we currently have 8 ambassadors, 1 full-time lead. There is 1 pending to be hired this week, and they have 5 interviews this week. They're averaging about 4 to 5 interviews a week as they go through and work with the people at Gateway West. And like I've said, we've had 2 people work in the program and leave, and they met their goal and were able to leave. And we've had 2 people transition into full-time jobs. And through this program, Deandra Cole, our supervisor and contact person, has been able to work with Albuquerque Community Safety. And they've actually got 4 people housed, 1 from the program and 3 that weren't.
Thank you, Madam President. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. How do you intend to track these people? And like Councilor Sanchez mentioned, after they've left the program, do you have any plans to see how they're doing? Because that is our ultimate goal, is we want to know that they are doing well. And we gave them that opportunity to get that jump start.
Council President and Councilor Grout, yes, that's the case management side that's operated through our Triple H program and their providers. So the work side is handled on the solid waste department, and then they handle that case management side.
Thank you.
Councilors, the motion is for approval on EC 319. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? No. That passes on an 8-to-1 vote. Moving on to final actions, agenda item A, Councilor Grau, R117.
Thank you, Madam President. R117, we have a committee sub approving the programming of funding and projects for the 2025-2034 decade plan for capital improvements, including the 2025 two-year capital budget. I move it to pass.
There is a motion and a second by Madam Vice President. Councilors, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of allowing a floor substitute to be considered by the full council. There's a second by Councilor Champagne. Councilors, we need 6 votes to pass this. Please, if you support the rule suspension to allow the floor substitute to be considered by the full council, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Councilor Grout?
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to move floor sub R25-117.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Feeblecorn. Councilor Grout, if you'd care to open first, and then we can go to general, or we can go to public comment, or would you just prefer public comment first?
We can go to public comment.
Okay, Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Madam President. Anami Das, followed by Nikhil Pailor, followed by Trevor Selby, followed by Annie Montes. Nikhil Pailor, followed by Trevor Selby.
Okay, good evening, Council President and Councilors. My name is Annie Montes, and I represent District 7 on the Metropolitan Parks and Recreation Board. Our board is charged with encouraging the greatest use of our parks and recreation programs for the public good. I'm here tonight to speak in support of 2 key items. First, the proposed Parks and Recreation GO bond funding outlined in R25-117, and second, dedicated funding for park programming and activation. The over $21 million in the GO bond funding is critical for projects that benefit our city as a whole. These are investments in both the health of our environment and our communities. I encourage councilors to advocate for distribution of funds according to need. Districts with higher needs should receive priority funding. Additionally, our parks are in need of activation. Currently, there is no allocation in the city budget for park programming. Our board has requested just $80,000 citywide for the next fiscal year, which breaks down to less than $9,000 per district. A small amount of money that could go a long way in supporting community events, youth engagement, and neighborhood stewardship of park spaces. As stated in our report, research demonstrates parks that are regularly programmed are safer, more welcoming, and less likely to experience vandalism, drug use, or encampments from unhoused individuals. Programming is how we ensure that all of the investment we've made so far into our parks is truly accessible and meaningful to our residents. Please support continued and increased investment in our parks, including park programming and activation. Please also consider the needs of our districts. Some have higher needs than others. Thank you.
Trevor Selby.
Good evening, councilors. I want to make it clear where city funds should be sent. The city should, most importantly, prioritize affordable housing. Not only would this allow the city to resolve the homelessness crisis in a dignified and cost-effective way, a task this body has struggled with for a long time now, but it would also bring down a major factor in the cost of living crisis, the price of housing and rent. Affordable housing may offend some of the homeowner associations who relish high rents, so I'll make the case for those who hold that interest. Even if we accept their concern, we can turn towards their most common complaint, that complaint being homelessness and loiterers. Affordable housing is the sane, humane solution that will be favorable to all constituents, including our unhoused neighbors and the working poor. To further benefit both the general public and the homeowner class, we need to prioritize funding aquatic facilities, libraries, sidewalks, bike paths, public transit, and climate change mitigation efforts. The value of our city depends on 3 things: amenities for the population of sheltered and secure people, means to get around the city through well-maintained walkways, bikeways, and sufficient public transit, And 3, a habitable climate. We must not ignore climate change. What I propose is extremely important to the entire constituency of this beautiful city. Please fund affordable housing, fund transit, and fund the amenities that promote community and well-being. Thank you. And also, in the interest of catching the bus home tonight, I'll be leaving before making comment on R128. So briefly, I just want to say that I want you to put money into services and not infrastructure projects. Thank you. Good night.
Madam President, that concludes comment. Thank you.
Thank you. We are on the motion for the floor substitute. Counselor Grout, with your open, and then we can discuss and vote on the substitute.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to start by thanking this council for coming together. It was a pleasure to work with all of you over the last month. We received a budget from CIP budget from the administration that was just lump summed. It was without projects, named projects, and that isn't. That's doing a disservice to the taxpayers. When taxpayers go to vote for things, they want to know what they're voting on. And so we left some, so what we did is we deconstructed the budget that was sent down to us and built it back up. We all worked together, had great conversation, and I think that we've come up with a really good budget proposal, geo-budget, to take to the voters in November. I know that there are a few amendments tonight, and so we'd like to offer those at this time.
Before we do that, counselors, is there any questions or comments on the floor substitute? Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam President. I am very excited about the affordable housing and homelessness line items in this budget. I want to thank Councilor Grout for that. So quickly, I just wanted to ask the administration if they still feel that they need the $5 million for the health, housing, and homelessness facilities improvements.
Madam CAO.
Madam President, Councilor Feeblecorn, that funding is essential for us in maintaining the facilities that we have currently in health, housing, and homeless. That includes the Gateway Center and any of the other properties that we run, whether that is our community health centers or any of the other properties that HHH runs. And it gives us the opportunity to make improvements and maintain those facilities on the capital end.
Thank you, Madam President. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding. You're saying that some of our services for unhoused neighbors require capital.
Madam President, Councilor Feeblecorn, these dollars are related to the maintenance of facilities that we have currently at the city that we already have operating. So, for instance, we have our community health centers that HHH runs across the city, as well as you know, the West Side Shelter, and then the others that we operate. So it's critical for us to be able to ensure that we can maintain the facilities that we have, and that is what the dollars are for, related to maintaining the operations the city operates, which includes, of course, the Gateway Center that has multiple other tenants within it. So we have hospitals that would expect us to have funding for if HVAC went out or plumbing, or whatever that might be.
Thank you, Madam President. I find it ironic because we've heard over and over in the last couple of days that we don't need any more capital expenses for any services for people who are experiencing any kind of impact from the opioid crisis, yet we're putting $5 million into exactly that. And I guess it's okay for the city of Albuquerque to put money into those facilities, but not for our nonprofit neighbors and the people on the ground in our city. So I'm going to continue to support this because I think that capital is needed everywhere to keep these services rolling, but I have to point out the hypocrisy. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on the floor substitute? The motion is for a due pass on the floor substitute. Will you, those counselors in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Okay. So moving on, we have floor amendments tonight. Counselor Lewis, yours is marked A. It'll be floor amendment number 1.
Thank you, Madam President. I move floor amendment number 1. This is beginning on page 2, amend section 1 as follows. It's reducing page 2, line 33 by 500,000, page 3, line 1 by 400,000, increased by 400,000. And then there's 2 projects on here. Well, there's one project that this specifically addresses, the International Mariachi Music Hall of Fame. Just a quick explanation of this. The original $500,000 was for the Paseo del Norte Bridge painting project. Our staff notified us that we did have $500,000 in the previous GEO bond, and actually getting to work on that project here right away. And so at that point, we moved that $500,000 in this budget substitute into back into Paseo del Norte and just adding to that. So all this does is takes 100,000 of that and kickstart this the International Mariachi Music Hall of Fame for plan, design, study, and improvement, and getting that project at least identifying a location, which is what that would help them do. So, I move amendment number 1.
There is a motion, and there's a second from Councilor Grout and several others. Councilors, any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor of amendment number 1 to floor substitute R117, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Anyone opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Councilor Rogers, you will have amendment number 2 marked B.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to move floor amendment number 2. This is beginning on page 2, amend section 1 as follows. Page 3, line 30, reducing by 200,000. And on page 4, after line 9, insert the following ACS fleet vehicles. ACS originally asked for 250,000, so I'm just taking from my own district to make sure that we have fleet. By the time these funds are available, we'll have the need for filled positions that will hopefully be filled. If we do not get fleet, then we'll have a situation where we have responders with no vehicle to respond to the calls. And so we don't want that to happen. So proactively, I'm adding, those would purchase 4 fleet vehicles and fully equip them for ACS, so we don't run into a problem where we have responders but no vehicles to respond. And I would urge your support.
There is a motion for amendment number 2 and a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. Any questions or comments? All of those in favor of amendment number 2 to R117, the floor substitute, raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Floor amendment number 3. I'd like to move floor amendment number 3, beginning on page 5, amend section 1 as follows. Of this funding, 2.8 million shall not go to any of the city gateway network facilities. Is there a second? There's a second from Councilor Grout or Champagne. This is because at our meeting a few weeks ago, or the last time we discussed this, it was a miscommunication. I mean, although I might be okay with it normally, but it was not the intention. I was carrying an amendment for the administration. And of the 2.85 million at the time, which has now been reduced to 2.8 million, it was that funding should not go into any gateway facility. It was not supposed to be written into the bill as all general services department funding will not go to any gateway facility. So this is making sure to correct that so that we can be all on the up and up, and I can do my part to follow through with what I promised on the administration side. So with that, I urge your support. Councilors, any questions or comments? All those in favor of amendment number 3 to floor substitute R117, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Councilors, we're back on the bill, unless there's any more amendments. We're back on the bill as substituted and amended. Any questions or comments? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to take a moment to say that I really appreciated the collaborative nature of the last couple of weeks. And specifically, I wanted to thank Councilors Grout and Councilor Pena for really working with all of us to get what we all wanted in this proposal. I also wanted to thank Councilor Champagne, who was incredible. He looked at what he had received in the original floor substitute, talked to the various departments, found out that he had more than he needed on one line item, and he graciously offered that to District 7. And I think that is really incredible. And I was hopefully able to move that or pay that forward a little bit by saying with AFR and AFD that we made plans with them to reduce their funding by $250,000 each, but I'm going to use my set aside to make that whole. And I think that that kind of collaboration is really important, and I don't think it would have started without Councilor Champagne. So I just wanted to say that publicly and thank him for that.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? Councilor Rogers?
Thank you. I just want to echo the same thing. During our first capital meeting, I got a little emotional about what I thought we should be doing as a team, and then to see that we did do that really just made me proud of us. And I hope we can continue this and continue doing this in the operational budget, that we come together to do the same thing, because I think our city is better off because we did that, and I'm just grateful because this was my first time doing capital, and I just have to say my district came out in the second round with more funding, and so I'm grateful on behalf of my constituents that you all recognize the immense need in my district, and I didn't even have to ask. So thank you all very much for having my back in that in my district, so I really appreciate it.
Councilor Sanchez?
Thank you so much. It's kind of the same thing over and over. Thank you, Councilor Pena. Thank you, Councilor Grout. And thank you, everyone else. I mean, same thing. Look at us. We all have smiles on our face. We're basically united. We're fist bumping each other. We're really, really glad that we came together on this. And thanks, councilors. I appreciate all your hard work. And just like Councilor Rogers said, things happened, and some of it we didn't even all put together, and there it is. It's here. So thank you so much to each and every one of you.
Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Madam President. So I want to congratulate Councilor Grout as well. I know I gave her a little aneurysm on the first go-rounds, but, you know, I just want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to kind of chime in terms of, you know, preparing this floor sub that you put forward. So thank you for all your work. And of course, thanks to the staff, Mark Motzko. I know, you know, I was working with him tirelessly too. So thank you.
Councilor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. Same as everyone. Thank you to everyone here on the dais, and a big thank you to the staff for putting in all the time and energy and work. Thank you.
Well, Councilor Lewis.
Madam President, now that we're thanking everybody, I don't think this was as easy as you all are making it out to be. I think Councilor Grout did a lot of hard work to make sure all this happened. And of course, our staff did a great job. So thank you to Mark Moscow and your staff, all the work that you guys put into this. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Champagne.
I did a great job. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, Councilor Grout did a great job, stepped up immensely, and the council staff with assisting her through it. I know for a fact she leaned on Councilor Pena and her knowledge. So, but I want to reiterate what I said during an interview that I said, and I got laughed at, but I can't remember who, but I said, I told them they asked about this, and I said, well, the cat's out of the bag. This council works together, and we talk, and we can get through this stuff, and I was very pleased with how it came about, but we do. We work together greatly, and to be presented with this budget before, and us communicating and knowing and accepting that not only do we have a responsibility for our districts, but also that our title says Albuquerque Counselor. And we took that to heart, and again, we have smiles and fist bumping, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you're all fabulous today. The budget season is young. The budget season is young. Let's hold on to this. Councilor Feeblecorn, I'm a little upset with you for giving so much accolades to Councilor Champagne. His head has grown while we've sat here. Maybe now we're going to switch seats. With that being said, the budget season is young. Councilors, we are on R117 as substituted and amended. With that, all those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Agenda item B, Councilor Baca, R123.
Thank you, Madam President. R123, approving the expansion of the downtown 2025 Metropolitan Redevelopment Area boundary to include the McClellan Park and Railroad Metropolitan Redevelopment Areas, and repealing the McClellan Park and Railroad Metropolitan Redevelopment Area boundaries and plans. I move to pass.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Rogers. Counselor Baca to open.
Thank you, Madam President. This is part of, if everyone recalls last year, R102, as part of updating the 2025 plan to the 2050 plan and putting together a plan in order to implement the TIF. We expanded the boundaries to better fit the downtown area for the downtown MRA. And so these are just some final amendments to get that finished up.
Before we get to amendments, Counselor Baca, we do have one person signed up to speak.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. We have Tad Newminski to speak.
Thank you. My name is Ted Niemiecki again. I do remember when Marty Chavez handled on TV watching to handle $3 million check to real estate agent. So what's happened to railroad? Nothing. That means that's how those money, our money being invested. Nothing did happen to these days. How many years? 15, 20 years ago? Now look at other side. Here from Broadway and Lomas, south, west. All these buildings owned and remodeled by private, except two high-rises owned by people from, investor from Denver. Now, that is how that system works, private and government, investing our taxpayers' money. That's one of the examples. Speaking about it's private, here is same investor purchase county assessor building, Copper Square, and old federal jail, right behind it to the south. Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Baca, do you want to start on Amendment A as number 1?
Thank you, Madam President. Do we have these posted up? So Amendment A, on page 3, line 8, insert the following. Whereas council, after notice of public hearing, is required by the code, duly passed and adopted Resolution 102, enactment of Resolution 091, approving the expansion of the downtown 25 metropolitan redevelopment area to include the northernmost parcel of the railroad metropolitan redevelopment area bounded by Loma Street to the north, BNSF Railroad to the west, Marquette Avenue south, and Broadway Boulevard to the east. This amendment adds a technical whereas clause to include a reference to the downtown metropolitan redevelopment area boundary amendment that was previously passed by this council, VR 24-102, on December 19th, 2024.
You should be an auctioneer. There is a motion for amendment number 1. Is there a second? There's a second by Counselor Rogers. Counselors, any questions or comments? Counselor Baca to close.
I urge your support.
Counselors, the motion is for amendment number 1 to R123. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Counselor Baca, Amendment B as number 2.
Thank you, Madam President. Amendment B, approving the expansion of the downtown 2025 metropolitan redevelopment area boundary to include the McClellan Park and Railroad metropolitan redevelopment areas and property at Broadway and Lomas, and repealing the McClellan Park and Railroad metropolitan. So this is just an addition to the previous, where we would be adding in one final parcel that is a vacant lot at Broadway and Lomas. This lot is non-residential. Looking through its history, it was flood retention pond for about 40 years. It was empty. Last we found was industrial uses in the 1950s. So I think So this would fit better within the downtown MRA as we're currently doing. And eventually, ideally, would be developed into housing, farmers market, what have you, within the downtown MRA. And it's non-residential, so we're still working to protect our historic neighborhoods.
There is a motion for amendment number 2. Is there a second? There's a second by Counselor Rogers first. Counselors, any questions or comments? Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. I support this. I have a question. And it's the same question I ask every time we talk about things like this. This was not previously in an MR area. We are adopting it to go into an MR area. I've been told over and over and over that I can't add anything into my MR area unless there's a study that justifies it. So what makes this a different situation than adding something to any other existing MR?
Mr. Bruner.
Madam Chair, Counselor, so we've dealt with this several times, and as long as it's not a significant change to the boundaries, if it's just a few parcels, our outside legal counsel and our legal counsel has advised us that that's okay and sufficient enough to go without a study.
Thank you, Mr. Bruner. Thank you, Madam President. I will be bringing forward a change to my MR soon. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, counselors? Counselor Baca to close.
Thank you, Madam President. I urge your support.
Counselors, the motion is for amendment number 2 to R123. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. We are back on R123 as amended. Any questions or comments, counselors? Counselor Baca to close.
Thank you, Madam President. I urge everyone's support.
The motion is for R123 as amended. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Agenda item C, Councilors Feeblecorn, Grout, Rogers, and Champagne, R128.
Thank you, Madam President. This is R128, approving and adopting the Local Government Coordinating Commission Joint Opioid Settlement Implementation Plan and appropriating opioid settlement funds. I move it do pass.
There's a motion and a second. I'm going to take it from Councilor Champagne. Councilors, before we discuss anything, I want to go to public comment.
Thank you, Madam President. Our first speaker is Jennifer Topley, followed by Lisa Cyril.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you guys today. My name is Jennifer Topley, and I am a behavioral health therapist for Albuquerque Public Schools. I'm here to ask for your support in using the proposed opioid settlement funding to strengthen mental health and services in our schools. Currently, there are only five of us in the whole district. With expansion, we could reach many more elementary and middle schools to provide early intervention and prevention. Every day, I work with children facing trauma, grief, and addiction. Early support helps build resilience and prevent long-term struggles like substance misuse. One of my students, Alex, wanted to be here tonight but wasn't able to attend, and she gave me permission to read the letter that she sent. Most of my problems started in the 6th grade. Family issues, grief, and an evolving drug issue, which is when I met Ms. Topley. She wasn't my original counselor, but she always made me feel welcome. I never really felt comfortable telling adults about my genuine feelings, but it was different with her. It was safe. During my 3 years at McKinley, I went through events you wouldn't wish on your worst enemy. Ms. Topley was there for all of it and was always my ally, never judged, but simply pushed me towards the right path. There was a time period where I was going through a heavy drug addiction. Ms. Topley used tough love with me. It was either the drugs or my happiness, and I chose the drugs. Although she never gave up on me. She welcomed me with open arms when I was ready to be better, just as she always has. The biggest thing I had the pleasure of learning during my 3 years as one of her kids is that you control your own life. It's your world, everyone else is just living in it. Ms. Topley showed me to love myself when no one else did, that the most important love is self-love. At the end of my 8th grade year, the only thing I didn't regret was letting her into my personal bubble. I hope this helps you understand what kind of person Ms. Topley is, because she helped me understand who I am, and I think that's a privilege that everyone should have. Thank you.
Lisa Cyril, followed by Anami Das. I don't see Anami either, so we'll go with Liam Westgate, followed by Mona Gaddis.
Good evening, folks. It was really important for me to be here tonight, so I appreciate the time to submit my comments. I'm not going to go through all my accolades except to say I'm a career social worker, and I've been doing that for 20 years. And it's the most important work that I could possibly do. Most of my experience has been in addiction medicine and behavioral health, and I prepared some remarks tonight, but I feel like I want to talk to you about a patient that we talked about today at our hospital, because I'm really here to underscore the urgent need to use these opioid settlement funds, which are in truth reparation funds for folks that should be here right now. So I'm going to ignore my comments, and I'm going to tell you about a patient that we took care of today. She's about in her 20s. She's pregnant, and if you are pregnant and you have a substance use concern, you're considered a liability in a lot of treatment centers. She was very, very, very fortunate to meet one of our community health workers who's excellent. Takes the time to get to know the person, to get to know the human being, and not to live in all the statistics that we often hear, right? The statistics, they don't define the human experience. This community health worker has spent 2 months taking care of someone who's pregnant, who's thankfully been connected to medication-assisted treatment, who's getting the best person-centered care in our primary care settings that you could possibly have. And she's receiving care from folks that don't treat relapse like a failure of an individual. It's a policy failure. It's a policy failure. Right now, this patient is waiting for treatment. She's been waiting for treatment now for going on 3 weeks. And I want to be really clear that I think we're talking about 2 different paths to the same destination. And as a social worker, I've spent my entire career talking about people that are not in the room because sometimes they can't be here. So my ask of you is to really recognize the urgency of now so that we can have a place for that patient to go tomorrow. Thank you.
Mona Gaddis, followed by Judy Radoslovich.
Madam President and councilors, my name is Mona Gaddis. I am a pharmacist and owner of Durand Central Pharmacy. I was born and raised in Albuquerque. I pay my taxes in full and on time. I pay for my registrations, permits, and licenses. I employ over 65 people. I contribute my dollars and my services as well as my time and effort to this community. I am asking you for measurable action. The opioid epidemic has affected all of us in this community. People are desperate and exhibit desperate behaviors. These desperate behaviors include vandalism, shoplifting and theft, littering, urinating and defecating in public on private property, outbursts of anger and violence. The list goes on and on. As a business owner, I have had to hire private security to keep my patients, customers, and staff safe. I have had to employ extra help to keep my property clean and safe. My staff has had to be trained on de-escalating dangerous situations that are caused by desperate people exhibiting desperate behaviors, much of it stemming from addiction and opioid use. We must use our opioid funds for detox, treatment, and services for these individuals now. They are desperate, and we, the people in this community, are desperate. We have the infrastructure. These monies need to go to people, not more buildings. As a healthcare provider, as a business owner, as a member of this community, and as a human being, I plead with you to use this funding to provide services and treatment for those that are suffering from the consequences of opioid addiction. We cannot wait. The time is now. Thank you.
Julie Radoslovich, followed by Jennifer Burke.
Madam Chair and members of City Council, my name is Julie Radoslovich. I speak tonight on behalf of the nonpartisan Metropolitan Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. I serve as the board's vice chair and bring the perspective of a longtime educator and school director. I reside and represent District 2. Bernalillo County and the City of Albuquerque will receive $150 million in new funding from litigation with opioid pharmaceutical manufacturers. Together, Bernalillo County and the City of Albuquerque can leverage these dollars to support overdose risk and prevention services for families of New Mexico affected by drug addiction. The Local Government Coordinating Commission has devised a meaningful distribution of these opioid dollars, 60% toward intervention and treatment, and 40% on prevention and community revitalization. The Metropolitan Parks and Recreation Advisory Board endorses using parks and recreation facilities in the greater Albuquerque area as well as Bernalillo County for strategic youth prevention programming in communities impacted by this drug epidemic. Albuquerque has nearly 300 parks, most within 10 minutes walking distance from local neighborhoods, yet targeted programming is limited. We recommend using opioid settlement dollars to support prevention efforts in communities impacted heavily by the opioid crisis, including outdoor recreation and education programming for children impacted by the opioid use-related crimes, including gun violence, other park programming targeting underutilized parks, particularly underserved and economically disadvantaged neighborhoods, and outdoor recreation and revitalization of our communities, particularly in some of our older neighborhoods. On the west side, for instance, John Adams Middle School and neighbors would benefit from a perimeter walking trail, for example. As the City Council considers formal adoption of the strategic plan, we hope you will leverage our parks for prevention programming, particularly for families, including children affected by drug addiction. We need a systematic approach that connects disconnected youth to our communities that are struggling, and Parks and Recreation stands ready.
Jennifer Burke, followed by Rivka Stern.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President and members of the council. My name is Jennifer Burke, and I'm the Executive Director of Serenity Mesa Youth Recovery Center. I have a vested interest in the opioid settlement money, not only because I run a treatment center, but because my son Cameron died because of the reasons this money exists in the first place. My concern is not really with the current plan itself, but with the concern of obtaining operating expenses. We'd love to expand at Serenity Mesa. We'd love to put in for this infrastructure grant process that's described in the plan, but I would also hate to have a building with no funds to operate, so I'm here to advocate for both infrastructure and operating expenses, and for the RFP process to allow for providers to lay out a proposal that includes both. My hope is that the funds get sent out via RFP so that the providers in this community can come up with creative ways to either expand services or offer new services. Whether it's sticks and bricks or whether it's operating expenses, it's all important and it's all necessary to provide a comprehensive system of care and to use the funding to support the purpose of what the funds are supposed to be used for. I would also like to give a shout out to the Crossroads program. We've worked with APS Crossroads program for a number of years and they are amazing, and I'm excited to see the money be put back into putting more counselors into the schools because I think it's necessary. So thank you for your time and oversight and how this money will be used. Appreciate you.
Rivka Stern, followed by David Burke. David Burke, followed by Kylie Scherter.
Good evening, Madam President and members of the council. My name is David Burke. When my wife and I started Serenity Mesa, it was during the height of the opioid epidemic. Hundreds of New Mexicans and tens of thousands of Americans were dying yearly because of the overprescribing and filling of these opioids. This lawsuit won by the state of the overprescribing and filling of this lawsuit won by the state against these pharmacies comes off the deaths and lives destroyed because of opiates. It is, for lack of a better term, death money. This is not taxpayer money, nor is it free money to be used outside of the parameters given. It should be used to address opiate addiction directly. I strongly believe that both shovel-ready infrastructure improvements and operational funds are important. There's a misconception, I think, that's going around about what shovel-ready improvements mean, right? It's I got a bid to replace our air conditioning units, which would go to directly serve our kids. I need to replace them, $28,000. That's a capital. If I look at replacing water heaters, $2,500 per water heater, that's a capital. Computer systems, security systems, camera systems, all of those can be used as infrastructure and capital systems. Vehicles, using a van, getting a van and using it to provide services to take our clients places can be used as capital. So both operational and infrastructural improvements, like we have to have both. You can't have one without the other. If I went out and I bought a building, great, but I need operational funds to run it. And I can't just run, we need more beds. So, but there's not enough beds. So we need more capital to buy more availability for beds. So the plan that's in place is a good plan. I feel that it addresses both issues. And I think there's a need for both. We have to have both. As a nonprofit, I can't afford $28,000 to replace an air conditioning unit, but this would go to directly serve the kids that we serve. Thank you.
Kylie Scherger, followed by James Beecher.
Hi, I'm Kylie Scherger, and I'm the director of Crossroads and the school-based behavioral health programs, both of which you've heard a little bit about tonight. I'm here to ask for you to approve the LGCC opioid settlement proposal that includes funding for the expansion of both of these wonderful programs. But I'm not going to read any more of what I prepared. Instead, I'm going to share with you a letter that was written by a student and given to one of my Crossroads counselors that was not able to stay for the meeting. So it says, she says, I would like to share a letter from a senior that I have been working with for 2 years. I don't have the words to fully express how much Crossroads has meant to me, but I'm going to try my best. Looking back at where I was just a short while ago, it's hard to believe how far I've come. My sophomore year was full of struggles, both in and out of school. I wasn't passing my classes. I was lost in the chaos of using every drug I could get my hands on, and I couldn't see a way out. I was going nowhere, and honestly, I wasn't even sure if I wanted to go anywhere. Then I found Crossroads. It wasn't just a program, it was a lifeline. I walked in with so much doubt about myself and my future, but Crossroads gave me a space to breathe and explore my options without judgment. That alone was more than I ever imagined I would get from a school. Miss Lisa listened when I had no one else to talk to. She believed, thank you. She believed in me when I couldn't believe in myself, and that made all the difference. It is because of the support I got at Crossroads that I have made it to this point. In just 2 months, I'm going to graduate and head off to UNM. I can't even put into words how amazing it feels to have a future ahead of me, one that I'm proud of, one full of opportunities. I owe so much of that to Crossroads and to Miss Lisa. I got the tools I needed to change, to believe in myself, and to push forward when everything felt impossible.
Are you almost done with the letter? Go ahead and finish it.
Because of my experience, I fully support and hope for the expansion of Crossroads. The program was life-changing for me, and I believe that with earlier support in elementary or middle school, I could have made different choices and taken a better path. I believe every student deserves hope, and expanding Crossroads would give more kids the chance to believe in themselves, make better choices, and change their lives. Please vote yes to support the expansion of Crossroads and provide more students with this life-changing opportunity. That's what matters. Thank you.
Thank you.
James Beecher, followed by Karen Gasparich.
Good evening. I'm going to read a letter from Dennis Day, who's a government and economics teacher at Sandia High School. I'm writing today in support of additional funding for the Crossroads and school-based behavioral therapy programs in local high schools. As a teacher, I am personally familiar with a number of instances where students in crisis benefited greatly from the Crossroads program. When a young person struggles with emotional health or substance abuse issues, classroom teachers who see them daily are often the first to become aware of the potential issues. I have on numerous occasions referred students to Crossroads counselors where they received critical intervention and ongoing support that resulted in positive outcomes for the student. High school students are faced with a myriad of challenges that stem from their home environments and societal issues. They bring those issues to school with them every single day, posing impediments to their social, emotional learning, and academics. While educators cannot change those circumstances, it is important that we have the tools at our disposal to help students navigate life challenges in order to reach their full potential. Crossroads provides educators with those resources. I urge you to act in the best interest of our schools and community and support increased funding for Crossroads and school-based behavioral therapy programs within Albuquerque Public Schools to provide the much-needed services to students. Thank you very much.
Karen Gasparich, followed by Shannon Porch. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President and counselors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just want to reiterate some of the comments regarding the opioid funds. I believe that the funds need to go towards further funding for existing programs and services rather than additional new buildings that we would possibly struggle to operate and fund. Please vote to allocate these opioid funds to shoring up the staffing and operations of existing programs and facilities. Thank you.
Shannon Porch, followed by Tad Niemitzki.
Hello, we appreciate you all giving us the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Shannon Porch, and I'm a behavioral health therapist at Adobe Acres Elementary School in the South Valley. I'm here to ask for your support in using opioid settlement funding to help us provide mental health services and drug prevention to our elementary students within APS. I work with children whose parents or guardians often are either struggling with or who have struggled with substance abuse. Many of them are in jail or living on the street and are unable to care for their children. I work with children who struggle with how to cope with and navigate difficult situations and emotions, cope with a family disrupted by substances, cope with abuse and neglect. And I work with children struggling with anxiety and many times depression. A little girl said to me once, "Miss Shannon, I always go to sleep either scared, hungry, or cold." I believe strongly that early intervention is key at reducing the risk of later substance use by strengthening protective factors, addressing risk factors, and teaching children valuable skills, including to believe in themselves and in their abilities, and resisting negative peer pressure. Another key element is working with our children in order to heal and support those who have experienced early trauma. The long-term benefits of early intervention are critical because it addresses the root causes of substance use. Early intervention helps children develop healthy coping mechanisms and positive behaviors. We may or may not have the power to completely change the lives of our students, but if we're able to plant those seeds, reminding our students they have value, they have worth, and they have the power to make great choices, then our time and our money has been well spent. Thank you.
Tad Niemitzki, followed by Michelle Medved.
Ted Niemitzki. Opium and any drug can be, when it's abused, can create a mental health issue. Some of you here can tell what I'm talking, have some family members. Now, what led those people, they can acted suicidal. And here is problem. We hear over and over people being shot by cops. What that means? Suicide by the cops. When that stops, just last week, 2.5 million mayor was 2.5 million mayor was so proud to award that. Well, this money will go to victim about this 15 million. to shoot somebody. What this cop done at Ruiz, shoot in the head. That remind me Nazi Germany during Second World War. That's what they were doing. When that action stops, that's got to stop. You gotta think about it. Cop, you shooting, you taking human life away. Thank you.
Michelle Medved, followed by Kelly Tomlin on Zoom.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to switch what I was going to do. Okay, so Madam President, Councilors, I'm here to ask your support for R25-128. As I had said earlier, I'm a Crossroads counselor for middle school, one of only two, and 15 schools, yes, 15 schools, and it's a lot. And I'm a Band-Aid. I just put little Band-Aids on for kids. This is my 32nd year in education. I've been a teacher, I've been a counselor, I've been an administrator, I've been a district administrator. And then my husband and I became foster parents. And we took two IUD babies in, brand new babies from NICUs, and not related, but both had severe issues. And we wound up adopting them. And I stayed home for 2 years with them because of the withdrawals and everything that was happening with them. Once we adopted them, I told my husband, I said, I can't go back to do admin. I can't work 16 hours anymore. I have to go back to counseling. That's my passion. I have to go back. And from that moment on, I've been in this substance abuse world, substance use disorder world, trying to help. And I firmly believe we have to get to the kids younger. I worked in high school, no, middle school, and now it's 4th and 5th grade principals and assistant principals and deans call. They need help. 3rd and 4th grade. Average national first use is age 13. In Albuquerque right now, all of our data, it's 11, and it's going down. Both of our young babies that we adopted, both were born to homeless moms, and they were on baby 8 and 9, both of them. And we don't blame them. What if they had had early intervention? So I just plead with you that there are other things besides the intervention once it's too late. There's early things that we can do that work. Thank you.
My apologies. Before we go to Zoom, we have one more, Janice Herrera, and then Kelly Tomlin. Thank you, Kelly.
For Liam, for Nico, good evening, Madam President, members of the council. Councilor Grout, HEC is working on your prior request. Some of you may already know that HHH has slashed the public health initiatives budget by 70%, so I may be unemployed soon. But for now, here's context for the community-centered voice via HEC Strive to Center. In 2023, HEC conducted surveys, focus groups, APS Crossroads, and clinical staff interviews with people who have used opioids and their family members about opioid settlement funds. I have extra copies of that report here from 2023. In 2024, I participated in the Vital Strategies listening session groups and the ID Town Hall session, and have since then hosted ongoing conversations with neighbors who are experiencing opioid use disorder or are in recovery. Things that I think we could grow on with the current proposal. Please, please prioritize housing options for those affected. I have personally housed a friend who was in between rehab centers because he would have otherwise gone to the streets. I will echo the need for primary prevention starting in elementary school as recommended in the report. We have no overdose prevention centers allowed, which conflicts with both Vital Strategies and the HEC recommendations. Keep NM Alive is getting $1.3 million worth of funding. I just checked their information today. Their tabs are badly outdated when it comes to navigating treatment. The SAMHSA is incomplete. The section listed there as documented thoroughly in the report I just provided. The prevention tab on their page doesn't even reference HEC, even though we provide lock boxes for safe storage at home, safe disposal kits, and we do post-surgery courses for those who've just come out of the hospital and do opioid education for middle and high school students. Please also require a treatment facility bed or room limit. Things I like, the dashboard, ongoing public forums. Please contact folks who participated with Vital Strategies because they do have a captive audience already. Building sustainable local capacity. Let's focus on expanding the days and hours of service especially. I like low barrier housing, not sober homes. Thank you for the pallet home option. Expanding street medicine, anti-stigma training, and enhanced peer support. Thank you.
Kelly Tomlin, followed by Julie Rand.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kelly Tomlin. I am currently one of 5 behavioral health therapists employed by Albuquerque Public Schools. I am also a foster mom of 2 teenage boys through CYFD, and I would like to illustrate to you why I think funding more for our positions within APS is so important. I grew up in the International District, and it wasn't until the last year of my NMSU graduate school program, when I was doing my social work internship at CYFD, did I realize that Albuquerque had a very serious underbelly of problems. While working at CYFD, after weeks of bending over backwards trying to help a drug-addicted parent get into treatment, the frustration boiled over and I broke down and cried in my supervisor's office. And I said, I'm doing everything I can, dragging a horse to water, but she just won't go. I'm so frustrated. She's gonna lose her children. And my supervisor said, Kelly, maybe social work isn't for you. You cannot control the choices that other people make. And it was a harsh reality. I lasted another 6 to 8 months before I quit CYFD. I was a green, idealistic social worker with a lot to learn. One thing I did learn in my 4 years at CYFD was that when we would offer inpatient drug rehabilitation at Turquoise Lodge or other substance abuse counseling, most of the parents I worked with would still choose the drug over getting treatment for their addiction, even with the threat of losing their children. At the time, I could not really understand them making that choice, but I have come to understand that for many, their trauma and mental illness is so untreated that their addiction to numb with drugs has such a grip on them that they choose to stay in the addiction. I would love to believe that offering drug rehab facility is the magic solution, but in many cases it isn't. Early intervention and prevention is key to controlling outcomes, and we cannot let young people even get to the point of getting addicted to these powerful drugs as a coping mechanism. This is why funding these positions within APS is so important. We have a great opportunity to help young people process these adverse childhood experiences and trauma and teach them healthy coping tools while they are so moldable and teachable. This is a golden time for influence. I hope that you will see the importance of this funding going to fund these programs at APS. Thank you.
Julie Rand, followed by Connie Chavez.
Good evening, Madam President, councilors. My name is Julie Ron, and I'm with the Vital Strategies Overdose Prevention Program. Vital Strategies work closely with the city's Department of Health, Housing, and Homelessness and the county manager's office to develop the strategic plan for opioid settlement funds, which served as a foundation for the LGCC Joint Implementation Plan. I would like to commend the City Council for your leadership in partnering with Bernalillo County and requiring that a joint plan to be in place before more funds are spent. This kind of coordination is essential for strategic investing to maximize the impact of these funds. I also want to commend the LGCC for the commitment to community engagement in the joint plan. The Vital Strategies recommendations were shaped by extensive community input from more than 1,700 constituents, including almost 700 people who use drugs. Nearly every town hall listening session included feedback on the necessity of continued community engagement. Notably, the joint plan calls for active engagement with neighboring Native communities. Tribal governments and Native-led organizations should be meaningfully involved in the allocation and receipt of these funds. While some tribal governments are receiving funds from the tribal opioid settlements, nationally, these monies equal less than 5% of the funds that states and localities are receiving. So additional investments are also essential to address disproportionately high levels of fatal overdose among Native communities. Vital Strategies is ready to work alongside the city and the county in this implementation phase with no-cost technical assistance to support a public-facing dashboard, as well as ongoing community engagement and tribal inclusion. Thank you, and we look forward to our continued partnership.
Connie Chavez.
Good evening, President Bazan, councilors. My name is Connie Chavez. I'm the CEO at Heading Home. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight on this matter. I was also able to watch the study session, which was very helpful. Heading Home works with the most vulnerable and acute in the community and the highest utilizers of public systems. For example, in our Street Connect program, we have 136 clients enrolled, with the majority having a substance abuse addiction. Last year, we lost 9 clients to overdose. I urge you to deploy the opioid funds now to operational ready facilities and to consider multi-year funding, as it takes time to establish self-sustaining programs. The need for additional beds, services, and facilities is critical, balanced with the immediate need to provide additional supports and resources to those who are struggling with addiction. Thank you for your time and service.
Madam President, that concludes comment. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Counselors, we are on R128. Counselor Feeblecorn introed the bill, but Counselors Grout, Rogers, and Champagne, do you have something to add to begin with? And then we'll go to questions.
Madam Chair, I'd like to do an overview of the bill, if that's okay.
Okay. Counselor Champagne, just real quick though. Counselor Champagne, did you have anything else to add? Yet? You're good?
This time, ma'am.
Okay. So Counselor Feeblecorn with an overview, and then we're going to go to Counselor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam President. So there's just been so much non-factual information shared that I would like to spend a few minutes going through what this bill does and the work that has come before this bill. So several years ago, we found that we were getting a large amount of money from the opioid settlement funds, and we asked how much we had spent, and we got a very strange response back, which was around $5 million, but it was literally being spent to just plug holes in budgets, and we had nothing to point to say that's what those opioid settlement funds did for our community. When it became clear that we were going to get close to $80 million, we decided that we needed to have a plan where we could provide these funds to whatever the community needed, so that we could look back at year 18, when this is the last payment of this comes out, and point back and say, we did that with those funds. We helped those people with these funds, rather than having it disappear into a city budget that no one was quite clear what it had done. So at that time, we did the joint mirror resolutions with the county to work with, and it ended up being Vital Strategies, to go out into the community and do a lot of public input. It made no sense for the city to do public input and the county to do public input. It made a lot of sense to have us do those together. And what came back from those 5 public meetings, plus numerous other listening sessions that Vital Strategies did, was a very long report that had 28 things that we could do with the opioid settlement funds for the city of Albuquerque. Realizing that $80 million over 18 years would not begin to fund 28 things, we realized that we needed to narrow that down a bit. And at the time, Councilor Grout, Councilor Rogers, and I were all on the Local Government Coordinating Council, and we decided that that would be an appropriate place to have the conversations, to continue those conversations, to say, of those 28 things, which ones can we legitimately do with these funds, and which ones will have the biggest impact on our community. And the result of that conversation, which started last November in a Local Government Coordinating Council, is what's before you today. And I know this is long-winded, but I just want to go through this. What we did was take all of the feedback that we have heard from the community, and believe me, we've heard a lot, and really think through how we can make an impact, how we can even begin to make some difference for this community that's been ravaged by an opioid crisis. And make no mistake, we have been ravaged. We have had such an impact that no amount of money would ever make up for what's happened to our community. But we want to make sure that what we do have makes a noticeable impact. And so what's before you tonight, I'm just going to go through it really quickly, is the first thing in this plan is that we would use $2 million of our opioid settlement funds to provide grants to local, small, and medium-sized providers. These are folks in our community right now who are already providing treatment, providing services to people who have been impacted by the opioid epidemic. And so this proposal, it's Section 6 of your bill, in the actual plan, says that $2 million would be spent for the purpose of growing, training, and sustaining these small and medium-sized providers. Now, this is one-time money. We do not have more money coming. So we make sure that we say this is one time, but what can we do with that $2 million to help on-the-ground people who are working in our community right now, and how can we help them either expand their services, provide training for their staff, or just sustain their work over the next couple of years. That's the first use of the opioid settlement funding that's in this bill before you tonight. The second is a provider infrastructure grant program, and this is the one that's had the most incorrect information shared. This is going to be $10 million that is set aside for our nonprofits in our community. Again, people who are actually providing treatment in our community. That is not something that the city does. Treatment in our community is provided by our nonprofit partners. And so we want to be able to give them the funding they need to really provide those services in a way that allows them to sustain their services even after all the opioid settlement funding is gone. Again, it's one-time money. We cannot afford with these funds to pay for their staff now and then again next year and again next year. And I'm going to get to why that payout schedule doesn't allow that in a little while. But this $10 million is for the examples that we heard tonight. We need more beds. Some of these providers need functioning HVAC. They can't provide treatment to people if they don't have basic amenities in their buildings. Some of them do need to expand their buildings. Some of them need to replace roofs. Some of them need new systems, hardware systems, software systems. They might need more beds. They might need a variety of things that are included in the term capital. But I want to be clear, nowhere in the bill before you tonight does it say anything about anyone building a new building. That is not a thing. The only new building that has been built with opioid settlement funds is the one that the mayor asked this body to approve, and we did. And that is the Pallet Home project in District 2. So that is the only new building, and that was something that was requested by this administration. All right. Then the next thing that is in the proposal before you is the APS funding for the Crossroads program. I think you've heard from people who are much more eloquent than I tonight about what that program means to the youth in our community and how important it is that that program be expanded out to every single school in our community. I don't want a single kid to not have this resource available. And so in this proposal tonight and in the plan that you'll be adopting, it's $1.8 million this year, and then we will appropriate in the future $1.5 million for years 2 and years 3. But tonight in the bill before you, we're appropriating the first $1.8 million. And that lets the Crossroads program expand their staffing for a 3-year period to really get out to all the children in APS and hopefully beyond to some of the community schools and things. Because I think this is one of the most important things for me, and this is one of the most important things that we heard from the community, is that they want something that prevents children from being part of this opioid crisis. And I don't know about everybody else, but when I heard that 11-year-olds, that's the average age of first use of drugs in our community, that is unacceptable, and we have to do something about it. And I believe from all the research and all the information that I've received about Crossroads, that that is the way to do it. And that in year 4, we will look back and say, I am so glad we funded that program. We are going to see a noticeable change in the number of young people who are entering into opioid crisis in their own personal lives. And I think that will make this whole thing worthwhile. Then from that, so that was, I'm going to go over the numbers again, 2 million for the medium and small providers to just sustain themselves, get training, whatever they need. 10 million for the grants for the small nonprofits in our community that are already working on this to do whatever they need to do to shore up their buildings, shore up their supplies, make sure they have the number of beds they need, and make sure that they can continue their work into the future. And then APS, 1.8 million is appropriated tonight. 1.5 would be, again, appropriated in the next 2 years. And then all the remaining funds go to the administration to develop programs, whatever that looks like, with these guardrails. And I want to be very clear about what these guardrails are. We spent a lot of time discussing these. 40% of the funds left must be spent on prevention and community revitalization. And those are two things within the Vital Strategies lists of 28 that we chose. The first is connecting disconnected youth. Obviously, I think that is really important in our community to make sure that we are saving the youth from this trajectory of opioid crisis. And the second one was comprehensive education. So there's a lot of things that can be fit into those two categories, and I would expect that the experts at the city determine what those are and bring that back to us with an appropriations bill for that. But it has to be within that guardrail, right? 40% for prevention on those two types of projects. Then 60% would be spent on intervention and treatment, and this would go towards, it's pretty widely defined here. It could go to peer support expansion, which we heard from some peer counselors today, how important that is. It could go to recovery housing, which I think we all know there's a massive need for. We are building the mayor's pallet home right now, which is, again, capital. We could use it for community-based treatment access and quality. We could use it for leveraging the sobering center, because we all acknowledge that we have the sobering center and we should be using it to its full extent. It could go for naloxone access expansion. Again, we all know that naloxone is really important. We want to make sure that it is available everywhere. So this includes things like expanding street medicine programs and making sure that first responder vehicles have naloxone on them. And it could also go for expanding the mobile crisis response services that the city and the county already have. And so those are the types of things that would fall under that 60% for treatment. There are some restricted uses of those funds, and that includes we will not spend this funding on law enforcement vehicles and equipment. Not anything against law enforcement vehicles and equipment, but that is not an appropriate use of the opioid settlement funds. It will not be used for law enforcement salaries and contractual services. Again, fully support those things. Not a great use of these funds. It cannot be used to supplant or replace funding that's already budgeted or encumbered or under contract. So things that the city's already doing, we are not just going to stopgap that budget with these funds. It will not be used for safe use sites. That's a personal loss for me. I really wanted that, but we are working in a collaborative manner here, and we are coming up with something that we can all live with. It will not be used for safe use sites, and it will not be used for naloxone vending machines. So the only other part of this that I want to talk about briefly is the fact that there is in this plan a limitation on recurring dollars. And I understand that everyone feels very, very, very strongly that we want to be able to use these funds for operating dollars. But I want to explain the situation that we're in right now. In the year 2022, we received a $25 million payment from these funds. In the year 2023, we got 2.1 million. In 2024, we'll get 2.2 million. Then we'll get 2.1. Then we'll get 1.6 in 2026. We'll get 1.7 in 2027. We'll get 2.1 in 2028 on down the line to 2038. There are not recurring dollars in the magnitude that folks would like to see. I cannot in good conscience, and I think I speak for the other folks that are on this bill with me that worked through this process so diligently over the last year and a half. We cannot put all these monies into recurring line items. We cannot go out and staff up the Gateway Center fully with these funds, because next year there will be no money and we would have to fire those people. I do not want that. That is not helping our community. That isn't helping anyone, and it is certainly not going to help us recruit staff. So what we've said is that the average income from these settlement funds over the next, starting in 2023 through 2038, is $2.3 million. And so that amount of money can be spent on recurring projects, recurring expenses. But other things, anything else paid for by these projects or these settlement funds, have to go to one-time expenses. And we as the appropriators have to make these hard decisions. We cannot just say, hey, I would like for the Gateway Center to be fully functioning, and I would like to put all of we are at $21 million right now. That's what we have. Let's put $21 million into the Gateway Center right now, because next year there will not be $21 million to pay those expenses. And so what Councilor Grout, Councilor Rogers, Councilor Champagne came on to LGC just a few months ago, but he has jumped into this and really worked on this together with us. What we had to do was make some hard decisions. And what we think from the community input that was the most important thing was that they wanted to see funds go to the nonprofits who were already providing treatment in our community, and we've done that with this plan. They wanted to make sure that we are providing one-time assistance to those nonprofits. We are doing that with this plan. Wanted to make sure that we did prevention, and we are doing that with the APS portion of this plan. And then we are providing all the additional money as it comes in. There will be $7 million left this year, and then each year an average of $2.3 million will go to the administration to fund the programs and projects that they think are important, and that we also agree, because they're in this plan, these guardrails apply to all of those funds. And so I think that I'm super proud of the result of this plan. I think it was a lot of hard work that went into this, but what came out of it are projects that we can actually fund right now. If this passes tonight, that money goes to APS really, really quickly. If we pass this tonight, the money goes into those grant programs really, really quickly. We get the money out to the folks that are actually doing the work in the community, and we get the money to the administration to do the work that they need to do, which is really bring all of these programs on board, get them moving. So it is a win-win-win. I'm very proud of the work that's gone into it, and I really do hope that folks will consider this and really think through what you've been told in the media, which is false, and what's actually in this plan, which I just went through. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Sanchez?
Thank you, Madam President. One of the things that we continually hear, and I'm for the bill, but you know, we need to definitely work on the early childhood investment and the school-based programs. I think it's extremely important. One of the things that happened with me one time when I was working at APS is that I was sitting in the classroom with another teacher, and one of the young students, a middle school student, volunteered the fact that their parents were using hard drugs. So right then and there, that's where that intervention needs to start. We know that happens in the schools. We know it's going on out there, and we need to make sure that we're intervening at that point. When I went to the opioid town halls, and I went to 3 or 4 of the meetings, and one of the things that I heard when I spoke to parents, I spoke to victims, former victims of this crisis. I spoke to parents and just everybody, family members and providers. And one of the things that I heard more than anything is that when we're spending this non-reoccurring dollars, that we need to make sure that we are funding the projects and the individuals who are actually servicing these projects, the companies that we're hiring, to make sure that this money is being spent properly. We need to do in-depth audits, comprehensive audit process to hold the providers accountable so we get real services for the real money that we're providing. The last thing we want to do is we want to spend it on somebody that's just out there for a money grab. And we need to make sure that we're really, really, really making sure that every single person is getting the 100% service that they need and that they deserve. And that's what worries me more than anything is to make sure that we have the proper providers doing the proper providing. Because if we don't, we're going to be wasting money, and this is money that we're not going to have over and over and over again. So I hope that the administration and everyone else out there is on alert and is making sure that they're letting us know if there's something that is not right in reference to the providers that are actually out there doing this. So please, please be vigilant. Everybody needs to be on this. That's parents, grandparents, even the students that are out there, because we need to make sure that the individuals are getting the proper attention that they need. Thank you.
Councilors, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules and extend the meeting to 10:45. There's a motion and a second by Councilor Feeblecorn. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Madam Vice President?
Thank you, Madam President. Whoops, sorry. I just wanted to make a few comments. I do want to hear from the administration in terms of what they think about this bill. So, I mean, I can go on and on about the, the behavioral health, the behavioral health tax that passed at the county, all the work that we've gone through. And I do probably have some questions for our director just in relation to the bill also, and some of the gaps analysis and when those were done and when they were last updated. But, what, as you all know, I think there was a legislation passed to actually send this to the committee to go and look at this. I voted against it. And the reason I voted against it was because, there's a long history of, we actually, I don't remember when it was passed for the behavioral health tax, but I think it was like in 2014, 2015, something like that. I think it was 2014. So I had actually sponsored that legislation to put a behavioral health tax forward here at the city of Albuquerque. At the time, the administration that was in office didn't really support it. I was talking to Commissioner O'Malley at the time, and she was very interested in moving forward and trying to get the behavioral health tax passed. And so I put it forward, and then it was very clear that it wasn't going to be able to move forward. The mayor at the time said that he would veto it, and I had actually put it as a proposition, I think, to go in front of the voters. I don't remember exactly. So I withdrew that, and then it went to the county. So the county obviously passed it, and they've been collecting, I think, over $30 million a year. I don't know the exact numbers. And so I don't know to this day what that translates to in terms of the behavioral health tax. I really thought that at the time it was ABC, GC. Well, I'm trying to stop at the last one that it was at when I was there at ABC GC. And at the time I chaired that, and I thought this was really a great opportunity to sit and have the discussion with the county on how we can look at voids at the city in terms of what our needs are in terms of this behavioral health tax. During that time, I think I'll step back a second and say during that time we had done, and this was sponsored by us and this was used by the county, but we did a gaps analysis. I think myself and Councilor Betten are the ones that had put that forward. So we did a gaps analysis also. And since then, this was really our strategic plan, our plan moving forward in terms of what the gaps were. This went to professionals to figure out what, none of us here are professionals, right? Or maybe there is, I shouldn't say without knowing. But so we did the gaps analysis, then it was updated. I think it's been updated several times, and as most recently, just a few years back, and Director, you can correct me and kind of give me those. So this was, to me, the document that we needed to do. So we started this in 2014. We had our plan. We had what the voids are, what the needs are. All we needed to do was fill those gaps with this behavioral health tax and whatever we could do here at the county. I think the HHH department has been following that gaps analysis and looking at that as their framework and path moving forward, right? So And then looking at our ability as a city government, you know, I took an oath to the city. And so my thing is that what do we need to do with the city? What gaps do we have? What needs do we have currently, whether it's through our nonprofits, whether it's through here at the city, whether it's through, you know, you know, right now we have Gateway, whether you like Gateway or not. This is something that we voted on and we supported as a body. And I think we're obligated either to vote, if there's enough votes, to do away with the Gateway, or I think we're obligated to make sure that that's running and that it's successful. We owe that investment that we've made to the citizens of Albuquerque, right? And so, you know, when this came forward and we got the opioid money back in 2018, myself and Councilor Davis actually put that forward, and this was to pursue the legal action. So this is in 2018. Since 2014, you know, I know that we've partnered with the county in terms of some of the things, but I really, during this time, I've really felt, because we serve the same people, that we could really have a more meaningful partnership in terms of use of those mental health dollars. And then we come to the 2018, and then we pursued legal action, and then we had to wait. And then I think in 2022 or 2021, we started to find out some of the amounts. And then I think we received our first check in 2022 or 2023, I'm not sure. So I was real excited, as been waiting. You know, there's a lot of work that's been done for this process, but I feel like I've been waiting since much longer than that to really get some meaningful work out in the community. And then when we went through this process, then we had a resolution, and appreciate the resolution and all the work, to go over to the county to really kind of start the process over, I felt. For me, it was like a defeat, right? Having lived experience, and being one of those persons in the middle of the night, having family member knock on your door and you taking them all over and trying to find options and treatment options for them and not being able to, and you're in this vicious cycle, that I felt a little defeated when it went over there, even though I think, you know, obviously the body spoke and it went to the committee. And so coming back, you know, and looking at it, I again appreciate the sponsors, all the work that they put into this. I think it's, you know, it's important work. I went to the one that was held in the district, I think with Commissioner Quesada at the time. And, you know, it's really difficult because I was there, and I want to say, Serenity Mesa, you guys are awesome. I think you're one of the few treatment providers for our youth in the city of Albuquerque. That's one of the things that we lack in the city of Albuquerque is treatment. I mean, I've been pounding my chest over the years for this. I had hoped that this behavioral health money would do that. I was hoping this money can do that, and we're just not quite there yet, right? And so I think they deserve, you know, lots more money. I used to work for a nonprofit, and I knew with a nonprofit, just like city government, we're always challenged to try to figure out how to find more money to do and provide the services that we want to. So when I went to this committee meeting as part of this process, there were a lot of providers there. And I really, I paused because a lot of the providers, like you're hearing tonight about APS, and then you're hearing from other providers, I think it makes it a really difficult situation for us as policymakers to make good decisions, because if it was up to me, I'd give money to Serenity Mesa, I'd give money to Crossroads, and then there would be 1,000 other nonprofits that have some similar services. So when we're bringing this kind of pressure to us as a council, I mean, we all want to do the right thing. We all want to see change. We all want to do away with this opioid crisis that we have. I really believe that I think with this money and the county and the committee that we could really work together. And, you know, I mean, if we pass this tonight, I intend to bring forward a resolution to say that we need to share the cost, the behavioral health money as well, right? So I think we can do some of those things in terms of saying, hey, we really have to have a say in that. Here nor there, right now is what we have on the table. So I would really love to be able to first hear from the administration about what voids do we have here at the city? What kind of plan? I know I did receive something from you. I think you passed it out to everyone this afternoon. I don't necessarily agree with everything that's in there. I think there's some work to be done. I actually think, and you all have heard me say this time and time again, I really think that we need to fund a waiver. I think this is how we can get money from the federal government. They pay us 3 to 1. And I think we need to start, and I'm not having very much success at the state, although, not that anyone's declined it, but I think that we really need to be kind of that model to provide the waiver, but I'm digressing a minute, because that's really one-on-one case management, hand-holding, helping people through the day-to-day, because if you know someone who suffers from addiction, you have to really be able to help to guide them. And not a lot of us, especially as family members, to be able to navigate them through this process. So really being able to have someone and to be getting dollars 3 to 1, I think is beneficial. Anyway, that's just my thing on terms of the waiver. But I think I'm gonna stop there. I have some other comments, Madam President, but I would really love to hear from the administration before I finalize my comments.
Madam CAO.
Madam President and Councilor Pena, thank you. I think anyone that participated in the LGCC process recently knows my position as I sat on LGCC and voted against the plan that's before you tonight. I made it really clear that what I'm most concerned about is that we are in a position as a city that we have people, we are in crisis, and these dollars need to be going to providing services for people. We as a city have invested, as Councilor Pena said, in a system of support to ensure that individuals have a bed, shelter, home, food, and other pieces that are needed to ensure that they are stabilized and then can, of course, then be in a position to begin thinking about treatment and recovery. That's why each of the offerings that we've talked about across the last few years has been focused on the gap analysis that was done in our city, and we have modeled each of these pieces around that. The Sobering Center at Gateway Center is designed specifically to provide people the opportunity to be in a safe place to end. If you look at the Vital Strategies report, leveraging the Sobering Center was critical within this community and important for us to utilize that. As we think about the people that are dying on our streets every single day, and you can talk to the folks that are here with us tonight from our department directors, they have put together a proposal that they believe absolutely provides services to individuals, and it's across multiple departments. So I've asked those directors to be here so that they can speak to this. This presentation of materials was provided to the LGCC throughout that process. I've asked both Carla Martinez and J.R. Rael to be here so that they can speak to what occurred throughout the LGCC process, in which we were asked to provide a thoughtful presentation based upon the work that we've been doing. This document that was shared with you all was published, by the way, as Councilor Rogers ensured that it was included in our materials at LGCC and posted. But what occurred was that this proposal was taken out. It wasn't in your materials for consideration tonight because it was voted down voted to take out all of the exhibits. What I want to say is, though, that it's pretty clear that everyone agrees we need to provide services to people. You have a proposal that includes providing reoccurring expense coverage for APS for children to be treated with services. We all agree that children and the prevention for children through Crossroads is an incredible program. There was also lots of discussion about children that are not connected to APS and ensuring that we're providing services to disconnected youth. That's like fundamentally disconnected youth are not attached to APS. We are not asking you to vote for something that does not take care of children or does not support APS's intentions. What we're asking for is access to funds to provide services to individuals. We all have made an investment in the facilities, and the proposal has limitations in terms of focusing in to $10 million to facilities for capital projects for nonprofits. We believe we need to be focused on services today at this time, and that is where we are as a city. I'm happy to ask any of the directors that are here that participated in the development of very thoughtful proposal for what we can be doing to serve people, to speak to their proposals. And I know Councilor Pena, you wanted to make sure that our HHH director, Gilbert Ramirez, can answer some of those questions related to the gap analysis. All of this process has been highly engaged with the community. And I don't have evidence within the Vital Strategies report, nor in what we saw in terms of the participation in our community, where people were asking us to put aside dollars for capital investment, shovel-ready projects. I heard that we needed money to provide services to individuals. And what we have done is built out the infrastructure at the city of Albuquerque to ensure that individuals have those services.
Madam Vice President, just one point of clarification before I go back to you is just, I know that I saw, and I don't know where it was published, but just so that you're aware, Madam CAO, that packet was put in our iPads, and I was able to review it this last weekend. So, Madam Vice President.
Madam President.
Councilor Champagne.
I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to extend our meeting to 11:15 tonight.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Sanchez. I tried. This is
Can I get
important.
clarification? Can I get clarification on the time?
11:15.
11:15.
Councilors, all those in favor of a suspension of the rules till 11:15, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed? That passes unanimously. Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I go on to ask a couple of questions, I really would, just love the opportunity to just be able to look at the administration's plan. I know we kind of just received it, be able to digest that, similar to, just to be able to digest that and see if there's anything that we're missing in terms of gaps in services that we provide as a city. So for that reason, I'd like to ask for a deferral. Make a motion for a deferral, I'm sorry.
There's a motion for deferral. Is there a second? I will second the motion. Any discussion or questions? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Madam President, thank you. I think that the people of Albuquerque have waited for about 1.5 years since this planning process started. I think they're tired of waiting. I think it's time to get the money out to APS and to the nonprofits and to the administration so that they can move forward on these projects that are vital to the well-being of our community. So for that reason, I ask that we not defer, we actually vote on this bill and we get the money out to the folks who need it right now.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I would also like to move our amendments that we have, regardless of deferral or not, just at least get through the amendments that we have.
At this time, the motion is for deferral. That's going to be what we're going to vote on right now. So the motion is for deferral. Councilors, all those in favor of a deferral, raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? That fails on a 7-2 vote. With that being said, I gotta find, where are the amendments? In the iPads? We don't have them on paper. Okay. Councilor Rogers, do you have the first amendment while I pull it up?
Yes, Madam President. In your iPads, there is amendment number 1. And this is just in direct response to what I've heard all weekend after the news cycle. Basically it's up on the screen also for everybody. On page 3, line 26, amend as follows: provider strike infrastructure grant program. Beginning on page 4, line 3, amend as follows: strike infrastructure grant program, and add to the paragraph and services. What this will do is allow for what we heard from our providers and our experts that they need. Some do need capital, but most need services. So what this would allow us to do is use that 10 million for both capital projects and services for our providers. And I would ask your support.
There is a motion for amendment number 1. Is there a second? There's a second from Counselor Baca. Counselors, any questions or comments? Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam President. So I would like nothing more than to give every single nonprofit that's working in our community on anything related to the opioid crisis just $10 million flat out. Like, that would be awesome. But we do not have that much money. Right now in the bank account, we have $21 million. We are going to need to get that to APS. We're going to need to get that to the administration. We have 10 million for this grant program, and we do have providers that have big needs. I don't even think that this 10 million is going to go very far for those infrastructure requirements, the beds that the gentleman spoke of, fixing roofs that are not allowing them to provide services in certain areas of their nonprofit. And so as much as I would love to have this money go further and further and further, I just can't support diluting it further, given that we only have the $10 million for these grants.
Any other questions or comments, counselors, and I apologize to you, Counselor Grout. You had a question earlier on the entire bill, and I'm sorry I didn't come back to you.
No problem. Thank you, Madam President. I too would agree. I also think it's important, while services are very important, we need to be helping them. We also know that this problem is not going to go away very quickly. And in 10, 15 years, we're still going to have a problem, sadly. And so I would like to have some very strong, good services available to the future people in our community. So I think these small investments in these good, proven nonprofits that are serving the community well, those folks that are coming to us, that will come to the committee for these, they can't be just fly-by-night people, groups. They will have to have the proven documentation to show that what they are doing, the service that they are providing, is working. They have the documents. I can go over the APS. I'll do that later. APS has provided us with results, with what they're doing, and so I have no doubt in my mind that in 3 years they will come back to us with some more results that can show that the investment that we put into their program did even more good. So for that reason, I want to build upon those services that are doing that good work. And so for that reason, I'm not going to be voting for this amendment either.
Counselor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. Again, this is hearing directly from much of the public commenters tonight and overwhelmingly from the community that capital dollars is one of the easiest things for the nonprofits to go after with the state funding, is capital. It's not easy for them to get flexible funding streams for services. And so I think I'll just stand by our providers and experts who have called for this. As Councilor Penny said, I don't think any of us are experts in behavioral health or opioid substance abuse issues, and the folks that spoke today are. And so I think we should honor what the experts are telling us, that they need money for services. Thank you.
Counselors, the motion is for amendment number 1 to R128. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? I think that passes on a 5-4. Is that correct? Okay. Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Anyone opposed? Okay, so Counselor Lewis says he's for it. All those in favor, one final time, please clearly raise your hand and say yes. Thank you. Anyone opposed? Thank you. So that passes on a 5-4 vote? All right, moving on to amendment number 2, Council Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to pass these around, and I did send this to Garrett. I'm going to move floor amendment number 2, and I'm going to move it first. On page 3, line 20, amend section 2 as follows. Add the sentence at the end of that that says the recurring funding limitations set forth in section 11 of the implementation plan shall not apply during fiscal year 26. I move that.
There's a motion for amendment number 2. Is there a second? There's a second from Councilor Rogers. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. So in conversations with the administration, I will say before the email went out to the community yesterday claiming that we were building buildings, before that, the conversation had been around the limitation on recurring funds for the administration to use. As I've explained already, we have this limitation of $2.3 million recurring because that's how much funds are actually recurring in this payout plan. But one of the things that was asked by the administration, and I think it's a legitimate compromise, is to have that limitation lifted for the first year so that they can ramp up services more quickly at the gateway and other places, other parts of the gateway system. And so I'm moving to limit or to remove that limitation for fiscal year 26 with the understanding that it comes back in fiscal year 27 and that whatever hole the administration digs with recurring dollars, they have to come up with a plan to fill that hole in fiscal year 27 because we will not have additional money to fill that hole. And so I do think there's a legitimate concern about this year trying to get online, even though we've all known that the gateway was coming and we've all known that this was a need. And I will point out that the mayor sent down a budget that does not prioritize the Gateway Center in any way, shape, or form. But hearing from my constituents and my personal feeling is that we do need the Gateway Center to be successful. And so this proposal would allow for that 1 year to get going, that limitation on recurring expenses is lifted.
Councilors, any questions or comments? I will say that this is something that I don't support, not because I hear the words that you're saying and I understand the ask. I don't feel comfortable committing something for a future council and a future budget when that is not, I'm not confident that we're good at what we do right now. So with that being said, I don't want us to dig that hole with the expectation that someone else is going to undig it later on. That being said, Councilor Feeblecorn to close.
Thank you, Madam President. I think that this is, and I did speak to my co-sponsors before moving this amendment. I wanted to make sure that they were all okay with this, and they all indicated that they were okay with me moving it. So I do think that there has been a lack of planning to fund the gateway system, and that the citizens of Albuquerque are paying for that. And I don't want the citizens of Albuquerque to pay for that. I want to make sure that it's successful because we've bought it and we've done it and it's there. And we might as well give it a go to try to get it moving. But I do very, very clearly want to state that if this passes, I fully expect the administration to fill that hole in the future and not come back to this council for a bailout, because I'm tired of bailouts for city projects. So with that, I urge your support.
Councilors, the motion is for amendment number 2 to R128. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? I think that fails on a 2-7 vote. Are there any more amendments, councilors? We're back on the bill as amended. Councilors, any more questions or comments? Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. Councilor Pena, I think, did a great job of going back through some of the history of I guess what's now LGCC and what used to be the Bernalillo County, Albuquerque government. I've always been fundamentally opposed, to a committee where we commit together with the county and create law, or where we create proposals that turn into law that bind us to commitments with the county. I think we've been burned by that many times. I don't think it's right for the taxpayers, the city of Albuquerque, for us to give that away. I think these dollars should come to us, decisions that we make as a city for what's best for our city. And so, although, I don't like how some of this came about, the coordination, I think, is merited in some ways. And I do like where these dollars are going right now. I will tell the administration that that if I mean, we have this proposal about $21 million, I think, or so, and most of it's operating the Gateway Center or related. I believe I've supported just about every request when it comes to the Gateway Center. The people of Albuquerque, taxpayers at the beginning, voted for a lot of the funding. We've given so much one-time funding, to the Gateway Center and to these programs. But what I think is better now is that we get dollars to treatment centers and to programs like APS, preventative programs, that put those dollars to work right now. So when somebody's outside a restaurant downtown and dealing with an opioid addiction and wants help, that these dollars could help that person tomorrow get into a treatment center and get them the help that they need. And I think that is what this does. And I will tell the administration that if you would, I mean, most of this I see as operating funds, and I actually don't really see a real clear opioid treatment, addiction program like long-term, like that's needed for opioid addiction. If that was a little more developed, maybe I'd be open to some of that. But it looks like a lot of this is for a lot of operating stuff. Honestly, it seems like a lot of this money has just gone into a black hole, with Gateway. And so again, these dollars go directly to, I think, pretty quickly, probably as quickly as we can, to getting help for those that need treatment. And again, I will say to the administration that if you put this, and you're going to have to go back and you're going to have to give us a new budget proposal, I guess, but I will support operating funds within our operating budget. I would be open to supporting the whole $21 million out of our operating fund this year, if that's something you guys want to do. But you didn't do that. You didn't put it in the operating budget. You didn't propose it. And again, it just turned into this. You send out press releases with a lot of misinformation about what this bill does, and I think led a lot of people astray, and told it was for something that it wasn't. Also, that because you didn't put it in the operating budget for some of the projects you need with Gateway. And so that was your move, that was the move to do that, and I think it was the wrong move. And I appreciate hearing from, I think one of the best restaurants in town, downtown, Duran's, and just the experiences of people in our city that are, investing their hard-earned money and their reputation, and they got a business going, they provide a great product, a great service, people to our city, and they're just getting overrun by the, addictions and problems and the consequences of a lot of that going on in our society and our city. And I appreciate hearing from some of the treatment centers, with real stories, of helping teenagers and helping people that are addicted and getting them where they need to be. I mean, those are powerful stories, and I think they can do it better, to be honest. I think those kinds of programs like Crossroads and others can do it a whole lot better. And I think there's a lot more that the Gateway and some of these programs need to prove before we just send this next round of dollars, to that. So I will support this. I mean, and again, but I do think we need to do again, I'm very cautious about whatever comes out of the committee we share with the county.
Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank Councilor Feeblecorn for very eloquently explaining what this bill does. You hit it spot on, and so thank you for that. I want to talk a little bit about APS, and there are 70,000 children in our community that attend APS. That's not even in the charter schools. Those numbers are even greater. And we have numbers here. They explain what they need. They have 2 counselors right now covering 13 schools. They work with the parents. So they're working with the parents or the guardians and the students. 90% of the parents or guardians said that they felt more comfortable talking to their student about substance use after completing the program with them. And 50% of the students agreed that it also helped them to be able to talk about using substances with their parents and guardians, not using it with them, but talking about their use. My point in bringing that up is we as parents, grandparents, guardians have a responsibility to take care of our children. It disturbs me greatly that the average age of first use is 11, and that's trending lower. I have grandchildren that are that age and younger. And I, for one, don't want my children or grandchildren or anybody else's grandchildren to experience what these 11-year-olds are. I want them to be children and have fun playing on the playground. And it is important, if the money that we spend and we allocate to APS is, I can see the benefit. That's where we need to start, down at that age. And then I really like, I will always advocate for Serenity Mesa. They have a complete continuum of care with the detox, then that in-house living, transitional living, and then they expand that out, and then they follow them. And so they have, again, those results. So I know that the money that we are allocating to them is working because they have a plan, and they have showed us. I need a plan. This is one-time money that we're getting, and it needs to be spent very judiciously and wisely. Same thing. I believe that the gateway, I want the gateway to work, but I really haven't seen a real plan, a thorough plan. Medical sobering, you're going to get them there, they're going to sleep for 3 days, and then what? I haven't seen a plan for the next step. I have seen next step plans for other nonprofits that are doing good work. Now, I want Gateway to work more than you know, but I do know that I don't think that using operating money to fund the Gateway is smart. There needs to be a budget. This opioid money is not sustainable. That's the problem. And so we need to have a long-term goal, not just this year plan to get through this year's budget. With that, that's it.
Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Madam President. So to continue on the discussion that I had, I wanted to hear from the directors, administration, just a little bit more about like the gaps analysis, what you're doing with that, and how this new working with the JCC, how does this affect that strategic plan?
Director Ramirez.
Madam President, my name is Vice President, thank you. First off, I just want to say I don't envy the vote you have to make tonight in regards to the entire community looking at a very important decision. And so I appreciate you all kind of digging through this because there's a lot of issues and also a lot of needs. You are correct, we did update the gap analysis in conjunction. It was a joint study that we had done with the county and the city collaboratively back in 2019. It was updated in 2021, post-COVID. That report identified a lot of behavioral health gaps in which we jointly started to attack a plan in which we were building out services to address that. So the Medical Sobering Center was one issue that was identified, and in partnership with the county at the time, they were not at capacity to be able to take that project on, given everything they were doing at CARES Campus, as well as working on another priority need, which was the Crisis Stabilization Center, or the CTC. That is now open over on UNM campus, and they were focusing their time and attention with that in partnership with UNM. So we took on the project of medical sobering in partnership. They funded us a portion of that for the capital infrastructure, and then we obtained the grants to do that. I guess my point to this is a lot of the items that have been identified, whether it's recovery housing. Councilor Grout just mentioned now the beauty of Serenity Mesa and the work they do on site. Why? because they have transitional housing on site post-detox. We're building recovery housing for adults. It's a different model. It's the same need for adults. I do have to say, the community was sold a lie by pharmaceutical companies in regards to opioids. They were told they were non-addictive, they would deal with pain, and you could prescribe as many of them as you wanted to anyone. The lie to that was they were extremely addicted, extremely expensive, and when folks couldn't afford the prescription opioids anymore, they went to synthetics on the streets or anything else that was available. I will say, heroin's been around in our community for a very long time. Heroin is an opioid. There was no outcry, no outpour, no huge infusion of funding to save the individuals that were being killed every day by heroin. But the minute prescription drugs began killing a different population of individuals from a higher class, it became an issue, and the lawsuits followed, and money came. We've been fighting this fight for a long time with undervalued investments. And so what I am here to say today is, yes, these gap analysis, and we've done tons of them, have all identified what services are missing.
Director, I appreciate your passion with this, but I'm not sure if that's the question that Madam Vice President had asked you.
Madam Vice President, how can I be more direct with what you need?
So I was just asking, how does the passage of this legislation affect our city services? And how does the gap analysis that we have done over the years, how will that be impacted as a result of this as well, in terms of affecting the city or not? So, and then it looks like the CAO may want to add to that.
Sure. So definitely, without a doubt, the services we have built have been driven by the gap analysis. They have been updated, and some of those services sit within the city. Without a doubt, we couldn't do it without our nonprofit partners, and so those are the other services we identify with our community partners, like bringing back youth detox and those other primary services. Peer supports has become another way to be able to use our money with less expense, and not all trained clinicians. They cost more dollars, and we know that's a valuable services, and so that was part of our plan and implementation that you have in your iPads, in which you see the proposals in there. Crisis stabilization services in our first responder area. We spent a lot of money in creating ACS, and as a result, it's also a matter of where do ACS take the individuals who are in need post evening hours when nonprofits are not open, and therefore that serves a need. So I would have to say that the priority programs that we have, we would like to expand first responder to 24/7, but right now it's only at 18 hours at max that we can afford. I also want to just connect the tie to community providers have all identified that these services are needed. We believe we have some, and we're having to infuse more dollars to bring more. But the infusion into those services right now are at a prime point. We were preparing for this lawsuit. I consulted with our attorneys when we engaged in the lawsuit. And in that, when we worked with the county, the micro-community recovery project was also funded by the county, another joint collaborative, because we've been working together to build these options out. Now we need to operationalize it, bring the operator on, and make sure that we have it full capacity 24/7. That's how it enhances those services for the communities. Without the investment, it's going to be challenging for us, especially facing cuts that are happening nationwide for other programs. So we know the infusion is now. And I wish I could tell you that we could pay for detox one time and the person would be cured. That is not the case. And I don't think a cancer patient gets scrutinized as much with going through chemo and then having to go to radiation, et cetera.
Thank you, Director. Madam CAO?
Thank you. I'll add on to what Director Ramirez has said. In this proposal, we are very clearly addressing the specific items within the gap analysis that talked about ensuring that there were enough beds and sheltering for individuals that were going to move to treatment and recovery. So when we talk about recovery housing in this proposal, it is related to individuals that are, we approximate about 65% of the population in any shelter is in a substance use disorder, and a portion, obviously a very high portion of that is opioid use disorder. So very clearly, that was a clear gap that was identified. Second is obviously the sobering center. That was one of the most important issues. That's an individual is not sober. They can come in for 23 hours and 59 minutes to get sober so that they can then get referred into a bed somewhere. That does not exist in our community today, and it's a rare thing across the country and identified as critical need. We also have in this proposal, because I want to make sure we're clear, We know that we need to have naloxone and Suboxone and other tools for individuals that are first responders on the street to be able to have the interaction, provide the service that's needed in that moment with treatment. That is treatment in the moment, so that that individual can make a decision about going into housing or sheltering and then moving them into treatment and recovery. It also includes peer support. Again, one of the primary things that both Vital Strategies and everyone has talked about is critical for expansion is, for services and individuals is someone with a lived experience walking beside individuals to help them stay in the path to that. And I also think it's important to note that this includes very clearly ensuring that we are connecting individuals through the pieces that we have built out at the Gateway Center, but also across the other sheltering, like first responder, medical respite. So the point is that the whole idea has been for us to have these services in a place where individuals can move through them. And it is true. We started all of this work with an understanding that opioid settlement funds would be available in the future. We did not know those amounts. We did not know exactly what that looked like, but we built these programs and these environments based upon an expectation that opioid settlement funds would be available for services, not because we were presuming that you would make that decision tonight, but because it would seem to be a reasonable, based upon the settlement and the language that was in the settlement, that these dollars were for serving people that were suffering from opioid use disorder. Was that helpful?
Madam Vice President.
Yes, thank you, Madam CEO. So I think I'll just, I mean, this isn't my bill, so I'm not going to close. I'll leave it to Councilor Feeblecorn to close. But I just really want to add my final comments. I mean, it's very clear as to what is going to happen today. So I really was hoping that we can do a deferral, do a continuance, do something to really be able to look, as I mentioned earlier, is to look at what the administration is doing and to try to do the best thing that we can for our citizens. As I mentioned, we just have so many people who are dying in the streets every day, and this started in since 2014, and we are now in 2025. And we're still really struggling to get money and the resources and the needed help for community members out there. And I know we're talking about Crossroads. I think you guys do a phenomenal job. APS, obviously all my children, grandchildren went to APS and have done really well. They've had friends and family who, have struggled, and there's been losses there for people. But so this is what I'm talking about, is really us, operating on emotion, right? How does anyone say no to Crossroads? Because it's a very important program that we have in our community. And when we're making policy decisions, it's really hard and it's very difficult to make these decisions when we have already somebody who's going to be a beneficiary and somebody who is here to talk about their particular program, and which is great. But again, I think it affects our policy making decisions in terms of what we really have to do. So I'm still I want it on the record that I'm very, very concerned. And then this is just coming from, like I said earlier, I have lived experience, and I just know that even with all this being said, I know there's a counselor who said, we need this for treatment, and this is a really good plan for treatment. This plan is the one we're going to pass tonight isn't for treatment. I mean, that's not accurate either. We're talking about accurate. That's not accurate either. So and the administration's proposal is mostly, yes, all these things, just as this proposal does. It allows for operational costs. It allows for some capital costs. We're not building a building, but we will pay for, somebody mentioned an air conditioner or something. So those are some of the same needs and issues that we here have with the services that we're providing, and we're not doing treatment. So there still leaves that big void, and this is where I thought it's an opportunity for me, personally, with the experience I have, the lived experience, is to really be able to try to find some monies in there to be able to do this waiver. And this waiver would actually bring, for every dollar we spend as a city, it would bring $3 in federal dollars. And my brother, who is on the DD waiver, this has been the only thing that's been able to help him to be successful in his life. And if you've ever had somebody who has suffered from addiction, and we like to talk about mental health issues and addiction, and I've said this before on the dais, those are two different things. Some people have mental health issues and they suffer their whole life with just mental health issues and they don't use drugs to treat it. Some people have mental health issues and they use drugs to be able to help them cope. Some people have just addiction issues, and then addiction issues trigger mental health issues. So it's a very complicated, I wish it was an easy answer, but it's really, really not. So I guess with that, I just want to say that I cannot support this legislation as it
Councillor
is.
Baca?
Madam
Thank you,
President.
Madam. Councillor Baca, you're next to speak if you want to make a motion first.
Please make a motion.
Make a motion to extend to 11:25.
Okay, no. Are you for real?
I'm gonna be quick on my comments.
All right, there's a motion for a rule suspension to 11:25. Is there a second? There's a second from Councillor Sanchez. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed? I think that passes. Councillor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. I will be quick. I think a lot has already been said. At best, I'm echoing a lot of folks, but I do feel it's important to speak on the dais and get it in the record. This is a very complex bill here, very complex issue. I definitely would have supported a deferral if we'd been able to wait a little bit longer to talk a bit about some of these things.
Is that a motion?
No, I'm not making a motion. I'm just saying I would have. There's already a motion. You know, there's just so much, and we've heard from so many people. You know, I had the opportunity to visit the Gateway Center on Gibson again this past week. There's a lot of good things going on there. A lot of that hasn't yet started though, despite all the time. It might be time to revisit that original vision of how Gateway functions. But I absolutely believe it should be part of our operating budget, and believe in working on that over the next month or two. And I also feel like there was a lot of misinformation out there. A lot of the responses I was getting sounded like people were answering without knowing what was actually going on. The idea that council hasn't helped with treatment, I mean, we authorized the $5 million to build the city's only long-term recovery center. You know, it's in the plan that says that there's treatment. I think it said something like 60%. The bulk of it will go to treatment. It may not be the city doing all the treatment, but there is treatment in there. So I kind of, you know, just to put it on the record, the idea that we have to make some important decisions and a lot of misinformation was put out there, I thought was inappropriate. So all that said, you know, a lot of us have lived experience in this, myself included. I was also a teacher at one point working in the behavioral intervention program. And that was at the high school level. And at that time, I really felt like, yeah, there's a reason why they make movies about teachers who save kids at the high school level, because it really should have happened long, long before they got to high school. All that said, I just want to get that on the record. Thank you.
Councillor Rogers, you're next on the list. However, since you're a sponsor well, actually, never mind. He's a sponsor too. Go ahead, Councillor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to say, I know, you know, everyone's point, there was a lot of misinformation. And as the outgoing chair over the LGCC for this plan, I cannot stress enough how many hours we poured over the thick vital strategies report, the reading. I would suggest people go read the actual settlement agreement for yourself. It outlined all of the things, and I know it wasn't here at the time that we voted to combine it with the county and come up with a joint plan, but I agree that the community has been waiting for us to put this money to work. I personally feel an immense responsibility to get this right, and I know that this isn't perfect, but we have to act. We have to do something now. You know, and cross-referencing what we put together in the plan with what the administration put together, there are several things in this plan that was asked for. Expansion of the school-based program, violence intervention program, training and curriculum at our community centers, out-of-time programming for youth, and intervention and treatment, 60% of the funding has to go to that. Prevention and community revitalization. Really, there's a lot in here that was included in the proposal from the administration. And look, we asked each entity, the county, the city, and APS, to all come with what they were already working on or plans that they had for the 8 recommendations that we prioritize. And whether you like those plans or not, we did receive what those were, what those asks were from each entity, so that we could look at, in addition to the gaps, and looking at who should fill those gaps. Sometimes it's not the city that should fill those gaps. Sometimes it's not the county. And so I know it's not perfect, but I feel an immense responsibility to act. And this will allow us to start and continue to appropriate the amount of money that we have in hand, because this document doesn't appropriate every single dollar that we have in hand either. So we still have some room to come together, a lot of room to come together as a team to make sure that we include some of the things that maybe aren't in here that you all feel are important. So just want to say all is not lost, but we must act. Thank you.
Councilor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. 2 things. One, we've talked about the worry of federal budget being taken away and grants being taken away. So I think that really advocates for this council and our funding for the gateway to continue through this council, not rely on federal stuff, or think that we can rely on that, because it's already being funded to some extent, even to the extent where I believe our mayors advise that the gateway system takes 1,000 people off the streets every day. If those numbers are actually true, then the gateway system is working to its extent right now. This money needs to be allocated elsewhere to bolster the other programs that are working throughout the city that can work in coordination with the gateway, and not just go straight to the gateway. We're averaging $57 million annually for services within that system already. I say we stick with that, keep the budget. It's our cross to bear of this gateway system that we purchased years ago and allocated money and millions toward. So I think it should be working in conjunction with it. So thank you.
Councilors, I'm going to move to you all for a close. I'm going to request that you try to acknowledge that we've said a lot. So if there's anything else that you would like to make sure, absolutely you should. So councilors that are sponsors for a close.
Madam President, I urge your support.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. The motion is for our 128 as amended. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? No. That passes on an 8-to-1 vote. Councilors, moving on to other business. A corrective statement to address the Open Meetings Act violations at City Council meeting on October 21st, 2024. The New Mexico Department of Justice has requested City Council issue a corrective statement in response to an Open Meetings Act complaint regarding an executive session held at the October 21st, 2024 City Council meeting. The Department of Justice found 2 technical violations. The agenda should reflect that the council went into executive session to discuss pending litigation regarding Bernalillo County and the Air Quality Control Board. The council should have more clearly moved to go into executive session, and the motion should have been made pursuant to NMSA 1015-1H8 to discuss pending litigation. There being no further business, the City Council meeting is adjourned.